Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Depends on where you reside in this part of the world. I am bringing you a warming greetings from USB Research TV, or formerly known as Biafra TV. I salute you, I greet you, and I welcome you to today's program as we continue to move to do what we have to do to make sure that you understand the importance of this government we have and the importance of where we are at this time and why we must continue to support our government. On that note, my warming greetings go to my president, Maazin Nnamdi Okukano of the United States of Biafra. My greetings also goes to my Prime Minister Simon Ekpa Njoko, the Prime Minister of United States of Biafra, was redeclared on November the 29th, 2024. I salute you, I greet you. On that same note, I salute a special one, the mother of a country, the mother who loves his children and who wants a good life for the children that she has given birth to. The mother of a country called United States of Biafra. One and only person, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. A woman who gives us a name, a woman who gives us country, a woman who made us to have our own nation, that are today pushing for our recognition of our country. That is the woman I am greeting. That is the woman I am presenting to you, that this woman deserves to be honored, deserves to be praised, because she have done what every other mother who loves his children so much has done in the past. That is why we are here. So let you know that we have one country, which is United States of Biafra, and we are no longer organization. We are no longer group. We are no longer anything organization. In my own terms, I said United States of Biafra, IPOB. United States of Biafra, IPO, that is the indigenous people of the country called United States of Biafra. When you look at where we are and what we are doing and how every other countries in the world achieve their own, you can see that it is achievable to achieve our own country through the same templates. The international law and their guideline has never changed. And they cannot see us change as we are getting it right. They only see us change because we are getting it wrong since over all these years. From the day of the 1967 to 1970 was the only time that we have gotten it right. After the 1970, we have handed over back to Nigeria. From that day till today, we, as the people of Biafra, we have never got it right. Now, You may ask, why do I say so? I said so because there is how every other country in this world get it right. In that way, that all these countries in this world that exist, that got their own rights up from the time of 1967 to 1970 to 1990. If we have played the template or the yardstick or the roadmap of those people, how they achieved their country, I am telling you that by now, when Namibia seceded from South Africa, we could have succeeded also if we could have applied the method of the people of South Africa under NHC, the way they apply for their movement and they achieve their country by the transition into exile, both in Europe and in Africa. Because of their transition into exile, they said that ANC formed a well-structured government in exile that are proving the legitimacy of the people, proving that they are the one that govern the people by all their actions and what they are doing. Under what they are doing and everything they did in their own time, number one of it was they officially issued, they redeclared they issued the declaration of their country. As they issued their declaration of their country, they continued to move on to seek recognition. But there is something that all of them did, even when they lost their country. Those who lost it, the transition into government, they moved away. If you don't understand the word transition, they walked away from their country, that territory they are fighting to live, to stay on. They walked away from it. They went into another country and start forming a government in exile, start forming a government structure. When they succeed in forming this government structure, they all issue a peaceful declaration of Namibia in Cairo, Egypt, in Angola, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe. These are three countries that they transition into. They are from there giving people in the back home order, governing them. They are the ones that are governing those in the homeland. But the government remains here in exile. And for you to understand it clearly, is part of what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who you believe on, said, that for us to achieve Biafra, that the only one way to do that is by replicate the history of Somalia, Syria, and Yemen. When you say, oh, don't compare our case with any other person, that our case is so peculiar. Lies is good in English words. Lies is good in what? In English words. English puts a word where you can even be confused. Our case are not any peculiar because we are the one that when others trying to stop making their own to be different from other people, and in the Igbo say, yes, we understand Nigeria. But all these organizations that are functioning today, those who are collecting money, sabotaging the movement, what about them? It's not only calling Nigeria. I am calling on you, who the only thing you can do is to agitate every blessed day. I am asking you, why are you making it so hard for yourself? Because for we that believe in you already declared, we already accept that we have a country in our hand. That is why it is very, very imperative to understand where we are, what we are doing at this stage, and what we have to do for us to achieve our country. That is what Master kind of said we should do. I imagine when my President Mazanka, before he was kidnapped in June 2021, and he also said on January 1st, 2021, that we need to look at what Syria did and do it to Nigeria for us to be a country. We need to look at what Somalia did for them to become a country, do it. We need to look at what Yemen did. These are countries. He give us an example that we must replicate their history. We must repeat their history. That by we repeating their history, that is the one way that Biafra will be a nation, and we will end up and distribute Nigeria as a country. When you look at what we are passing through today, you may think, oh, our case is very different. Why I'm bringing some messages of histories and comparing our case with every other country is because of when those countries move transition, we not transition. It's only from the November 20, 1924 that we have transitioned fully by issue of a peaceful declaration. That is when we have transitioned fully. So that is why it is very imperative that we understand where we are, what we need to do for us to do what? To achieve our own nation, which is very important to us. Any IPOB member should also remember that Mazan Kanu, one of his prayer in Broca, he said that he prayed for unnegotiable Republic of Biafra. He never prayed for unnegotiable Republic of IPOB. It's what he prayed for. Of the indigenous people, no. He prayed for a country, which is we issue declaration after the vote of no confidence to DOS and all of them, and the Biafran people give a mandate to Simon Ekpa through endorsing and voted him that let us go and issue the declaration. And from there, he formed government in exile for us. Today, you are here with the government in exile that every other country in the world formed, and we are today kicking against it. Well, on that note, we want to send a direct message to the world. I want America to understand, every Christian country, I'm calling on you to understand why your fellow Christians are being massacred in Nigeria. It's because of Islamization agenda. And it's a high time that every country that are Christian country come to the aid. How do you come to the aid? To give a USB redeclared official recognition, so we can end this ongoing genocide. We can end all this impunity. If you remember from 1940 amalgamation to today, the indigenous people are being buying every blessed day in a large number. The indigenous people being buying in a large number. We can see that. When you look at how every other people in the past achieved their control, then you may understand that exactly what we have to do, what we're supposed to do, is what we are doing. What we'll start doing from the November the 24th, so November the 29th, 2024. That is when we start doing what we're supposed to do in 1961, in 1971, or 1970. That is when we could have formed the government in exile structure, and from there, civil organization, which could have been done and dusted, because a country that recognizes us then, that is a country that almost Gabon harbor almost 5 or 6 countries government in exile, and also Ivory Coast 5 or 6 also in exile. You see, so they could have been a very good ally to us. When people say that, oh, this case is so peculiar, our case is so different, I stand to tell you, no, I disagree with you. You are the one that makes this case. So, for every Biafran under this world, under this USB, I want to thank you and also tell you that you are doing the right thing. This is on a high time where we are, where we need to do what? We need to let the world know that we have met every criteria for us to achieve recognition, then to end the ongoing genocide. The loss of the Christian country, the Republic of Biafra, is why you are seeing genocide today. What Nigeria needed is to disintegrate into different languages to control your border. If an indigenous will control his border, nobody will penetrate. But because of the Nigeria border is being controlled by the repentant Boko Haram people. That is why the same people, how do you think that they will not allow us? No, we are the one. So when we talk about what is holding us is we, you must understand it. Our case can never be any peculiar. It's only given an excuse when you did the wrong way. That is when you go explain, you will explain and get tired. Because of what? That is a wrong path. But when you do a right thing, you don't need more explanation. You see, that the world is open, and it's only that we have never been on their template. Now that we are on the template of the world, let us see the game they want to play. Because our case is case of secession, of remedial secession. A group was being marginalized, being kidnapped, and being denied every opportunity, and that under the constitution of the international law, we have a right to transition, and it is all by the side, which is the transition of the Biafra Republic government in exile to that issue the redeclaration of our lost country. They now turn finally to answer a name of a country. This is how the world look at it. And when you are not in this step, and you do only protest and submit some documents, do march pass, and come out every once in one year and do solidarity, that is not how to achieve Biafra as a country. And what we say, look at they are not serious. That's what happened. That they are never serious. The life is in our hands, and we have started taking it the way it is in our hand. Nobody will take it for us. We are the one to do it, and nobody will do it for us. So this our peaceful declaration is the only way, first time ever, that we have come to the ring line. In the ring line of what we are doing, we need to stay on the track. What is the track? The track is to look at the template. Once you issue a redeclaration of a lost country, have a document, you are no longer under the same local level it was before. You have lifted your movement up because of you have met the standard or the international constitution law, which says that you have to form government in exile. That the only authentic government in exile in the world is the one that issue a redeclaration of a lost country. So please, I urge you as you join me, please hit the like button. If you never do so, I want you to do so. Please. So, dear friends, let us support our government. Now we are getting it right. Look at all the years of being on the wrong path, and look at the years of being on the right path and what we have achieved. So, I want you to join, and I want you to listen. I want you to share and like the program. The only person we have here is Shebo Zohede on the comment section. Thank you so much, my brother. You're always here. Thank you. So, what of if in this our case, that is, we are doing holding ourselves? Like, I understand that we are the ones holding ourselves, refusing to do the appropriate thing. That is why we are starting to do in different countries and abroad. If accurate something has been done about this thing, we are not going to be here. So let us try focused on the side of USB redeclared as the only legitimate government you have. Despite this government, there is no other government. Let us try all we can to build our government. Forget the noise making. Forget those who are gossiping. That is why it's very important that we all, under USB. USB is the peace of all Biafrans. USB is the peace for all Biafrans. So if you know that you have gone a wrong way, turn back and come back to your country and be obedient citizens of the United States of Biafra. Not what you think, not how you feel, not what I want. So on that note, today we are going to a very wonderful program that from 1970, African nations that disappeared from the map because of no government in exile, no peaceful redeclaration of their lost country. There is about 5 of them. They never issue declaration, so they can never get recognition. They never issue a peaceful redeclaration of their country, so no way they can get recognition. The headline is, from 1970 that we handed over, African nations that disappeared from map because no government in exile, no peaceful redeclaration of their lost country. So we are going to listen as we are going to hear it fully from the audio voice. So if you're hearing it, please let me know if you are here and you're hearing the audio voice. Please, let me know. One minute.
Focusing on.
Okay. Please, if you're hearing the audio, please let me know.
Focusing on the strict criteria. Historical African territories or states from 1970
Can you hear the voice?
that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed did not transition into functioning governments.
Can someone confirm I am hearing the audio is coming out fully, please?
And have largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples.
Okay, thank you.
These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai franc, and a state military. The outcome. After a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army, the region was entirely stripped of its administrative status and divided into smaller provinces. The leadership did not form an organized government in exile. No redeclaration was ever issued, and the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions. 2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement, timeline of dissolution, mid to late 1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome. The nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo forces as they consolidated absolute control over Mozambique. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. No formal external government or exiled structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map. 3. The Sultanate of Kela Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood, timeline of dissolution, formally terminated in 1977. The history. Located in the Sahara region spanning southern Algeria and northern Niger, the Kela Hagar was a historically recognized, self-governing Tuareg confederation that functioned with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. The outcome. In 1977, the Algerian government officially abolished the administrative and political authority of the Sultanate, forcing total assimilation into the standard Algerian provincial system. Because it was a traditional monarchy and sovereign structure rather than a westernized political party, it did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memory, completely erased from regional governance frameworks. 4. The Republic of Venda. Timeline of dissolution, 1994. The history. Venda was declared a fully independent, sovereign republic in 1979 under the South African Bantustan system. It possessed all the physical structures of a 20th century state, a parliament, a standing national army, a civil registry, national passports, and a capital city, Thohoyada. Though unrecognized by the UN, it operated as a de facto separate country for 15 years. The outcome: during the 1994 transition to a democratic South Africa, Venda's sovereign structures were completely dissolved. Its army was integrated into the South African National Defence Force, and its territory was absorbed into the Limpopo province. Its political leadership chose complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pursuing subsequent declarations. It is entirely absent from contemporary self-determination discourse. 5. The Republic of Bophuthatswana. Timeline of dissolution: March 1994. The history: nominally independent from 1977 to 1994, Bophuthatswana was the most economically successful of the independent republics within southern Africa. It maintained its own parliament, a highly trained military force, the Bophuthatswana Defense Force, a judicial system, and issued its own passports. The outcome: in March 1994, amid popular protests and an internal military coup, the state apparatus completely collapsed. The territory was immediately reabsorbed into South Africa. The state infrastructure was dismantled, no external government in exile was ever organized, and the nation completely ceased to exist as a political entity, with zero modern discussions regarding its revival. Structural comparison of erasure: country, entity, year of dissolution, core reason for total erasure, current status: South Kasai, early 1970s, complete military subjugation and provincial fracturing, absorbed, no modern advocacy. Republic of Tet, mid-1970s, rapid post-colonial centralization by Frelimo, extinct political structure, Kella Hager 1977, formal state abolition of traditional sovereignty, purely cultural, no political infrastructure. Venda 1994, voluntary structural dissolution and democratic merger, fully integrated South African province. Bophuthatswana 1994, institutional collapse and immediate reabsorption, fully integrated into South African state.
I hope you are listening. I want you to understand why you that is attacking US will declared that what you are praying for is what happened to all these 5 countries from Africa. They all fell woefully. They disappeared in the map of Africa, in the map of the world. Because of what? After they have fell to South Africa, to Congo, to all these countries I mentioned here, the government of them refused to transition. One of them, their leader, was arrested, put behind the bars. And his people cannot transition the government in exile and issue a redeclaration or declaration. They lost their country. That is what IPOB is doing today. Can you see to that? That every history is repeating. That every history in this movement is repeating fully as we are proceeding to USB redeclare recognition. That is why you must thank Simon Epanjoko, thank Ngozi Arabeze, especially for standing up. She is the one that made that the map of Biafra has raised back, returned back into the world map and African map again, like we are seeing on my screen. The one thing you focus is IPOB. And after this program, the next program is organizations that are trying to fight for a country, but the leader was arrested and they never transitioned. How all of them collapse and the leader remain in prison until he dies. Well, I will play it again for the second time before we, how I would normally do it here, before we go into our analysis fully. Hope you can hear my voice loud and clear.
Focusing on the strict criteria, historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed, did not transition into functioning governments in exile, did not issue subsequent peaceful redeclarations, and have largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples. These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai franc, and a state military. The outcome. After a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army, the region was entirely stripped of its administrative status and divided into smaller provinces. The leadership did not form an organized government in exile. No redeclaration was ever issued, and the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions. 2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement, timeline of dissolution, mid to late 1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome. The nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo forces as they consolidated absolute control over Mozambique. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. No formal external government or exiled structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map. 3. The Sultanate of Kela Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood, timeline of dissolution, formally terminated in 1977. The history. Located in the Sahara region spanning southern Algeria and northern Niger, the Kela Hagar was a historically recognized, self-governing Tuareg confederation that functioned with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. The outcome. In 1977, the Algerian government officially abolished the administrative and political authority of the Sultanate, forcing total assimilation into the standard Algerian provincial system. Because it was a traditional monarchy and sovereign structure rather than a westernized political party, it did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memory, completely erased from regional governance frameworks. 4. The Republic of Benda. Timeline of dissolution, 1994. The history. Benda was declared a fully independent, sovereign republic in 1979 under the South African Bantustan system. It possessed all the physical structures of a 20th century state, a parliament, a standing national army, a civil registry, national passports, and a capital city, Thohoyado. Though unrecognized by the UN, it operated as a de facto separate country for 15 years. The outcome. During the 1994 transition to a democratic South Africa, Benda's sovereign structures were completely dissolved, its army was integrated into the South African National Defense Force, and its territory was absorbed into the Limpopo province. Its political leadership chose complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pursuing subsequent declarations. It is entirely absent from contemporary self-determination discourse. 5. The Republic of Bophuthatswana. Timeline of dissolution, March 1994. The history. Nominally independent from 1977 to 1994, Bophuthatswana was the most economically successful of the independent republics within southern Africa. It maintained its own parliament, a highly trained military force, the Bophuthatswana Defense Force, a judicial system, and issued its own passports. The outcome. In March 1994, amid popular protests and an internal military coup, the state apparatus completely collapsed. The territory was immediately reabsorbed into South Africa. The state infrastructure was dismantled, no external government in exile was ever organized, and the nation completely ceased to exist as a political entity, with zero modern discussions regarding its revival. Structural comparison of erasure. Country, entity, year of dissolution, core reason for total erasure, current status, South Kasai, early 1970s, complete military subjugation and provincial fracturing. Absorbed, no modern advocacy. Republic of Tet, mid-1970s, rapid post-colonial centralization by Frelimo. Extinct political structure, Kella Hager, 1977. Formal state abolition of traditional sovereignty. Purely cultural. No political infrastructure. Venda, 1994. Voluntary structural dissolution and democratic merger. Fully integrated South African province. Bofu Botswana, 1994. Institutional collapse and immediate reabsorption. Fully integrated into South African state.
I hope you are following and you are connecting the dots. I learn from the past to move forward. And I implement the past in my life to accept the reality on ground. And towards that, so I can be able to achieve what I'm supposed to achieve. Because they said that the future lies in the past. The present future of tomorrow lies at yesterday history. That is from where you learn things and move forward. Honestly, when I come across all these, I am only here to say it. I am not going to say it alone. I'm not going to leave it alone to myself. That I'm going to bring it out to Biafrans to see, to also hear it and connect the dot by themselves. You know, when people start saying their different opinion, I realize that they are our opinion that does not match on international movements and how history carries what we are doing. Now, that opinion is useless and waste. Because after said and done, we are going to still come back on the template of what will give us recognition from every other country. And what is the thing that is going to give us the template, the connection, and to standing tall to prove that we want giving recognition? After we have gotten it right, and the only time that we have gotten it right started from 29th November 2024 on point. Then from the 2021 of March, Simon Ekpa to create awareness of the government in exile until he registered it on 2023. He registered Biafra Republic Government in Exile Brig. Simon Ekpa was the owner who registered it. One thing he did was that he understood that this organization that cannot give us Biafra recognition as a country. And what happened? He now tells us that we are going to, when we are in Brigi, he introduced charter to us, as charter is what organization used. When Simon Ekpa introduced it to us, and he said a word that I will always remember, that until we issue this redeclaration and we get the document of the redeclaration is when we will stop making noise in social media. I am not talking about those that centralize their life with making noise, that are repeating the history of these 5 failed states from Africa that later been resignated back from those that they are fighting to exit. And this happened, moreover, 5 of them, when their leaders was apprehended and put behind the bars, they refused to transition. 5 of these from Africa. They refused to transition into government in exile. They refused to issue the declaration. And those that their country was being lost, and like Congo, that reintegrated the other number 1 state here back, they sent on a heavy military arm on them. They use this military to suppress them down. And while they are facing the suppression and the pulling them down from Congo, their leader and them refuse to transition into exile. Congo finished them off. And as Congo has run them, put them down, they get them back into since then. They never talk about their country. They never move again in exile, because the only way for them is to transition into exile, so they can be able to issue a redeclare of the lost of their country. From number 1 to number 5, this 5 is from Africa. Today, nobody's talking about them. And they made it openly. Why nobody talk about them? Why their map was disappeared in the map of Africa? Once the map is being disappeared in the map of Africa, it's also been disappeared in the map of the world. Till today, their matter has never been raised anywhere. Do you know why? They said why here? That because of they refuse to transition or form government in exile or issue a redeclare of their lost country. That simply means that they are comfortable where they've been degraded into. That is what Nigeria is doing to us. And the IPOB organization refused to understand what they call transition. They refuse to understand what they call government in exile. They don't know what they call declaration. Even though when Masana Kano give them the expo, that a time will come when people will give us the mandate for us to form a government in exile. And they don't have the idea, because those that are there in the first place, all of them are the wrong people. Those that deviated today, that was famous in the kind of Shekolo that was walked away from the movement, the message never choose them. They choose the message, and when the message is, anytime the message is see those that the message is choose, that will help message to be delivered, the message will dump them, turn against them. They will never proceed. They move by the side. When you look at what we are doing today and listen to this history, you understand. Yes, I said that word from our DPM, IPOB, USB, Land of Rising Sun. Very nice. To prove that the indigenous people is the one that give the mandate to issue a redeclaration of United of Biafra, the land of the rising sun. That is since I thought I like it so much. Very nice. Correcting a mistakes and misunderstanding of a word to put it on the right track is what our DPM is doing. I sincerely agree that this is the only right time that we have gotten it right. And I have found under every available means of research that the only time that we are right is this time around. You go best. I see you, my brother. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Thank you so much. Let us listen to the 5 countries that exist between 1970 that we lost our own, and they also lost their own, and why they lost their own. If you listen carefully, you will understand that how they lost their own is the movement of IPOB organization. What made these 5 countries lost their own till today and their map was disappeared. That disappeared from their map was disappeared. That is why you see the headline. From 1970, 5 African nations that disappeared from map. These 5 nations, they all disappeared from map. You remember that Biafra was disappeared from the map of the world after the Biafran War. We lost it. Is it not true? Our map disappeared. Today, our map has reappeared again. And what makes it to reappear is what these 5 countries here refuse to do. What is that? Forming government in exile. Issue declaration first. These 2 things is the first way for you to have a new nation. Or when it is a declaration, that is for new. When it's for the declaration, it's for the old one. To prove a continuity that is never died, that it still exists. That is why you have to redeclare it again. These 5 countries refuse to transition to government in exile when oppressor from Congo, their fellow counterpart African country, Congo was the one suppressing them down. Their leaders and them refused to transition to exile. They refused to form government in exile. They refused to issue a declaration, a redeclare till today. That is why their map was disappeared in the world map, in African map also. I hope you know very well that the plight of Bonny, after the Biafran War, they removed the plight of Biafra, putting the plight of Bonny. Today, the plight of Bonny has been removed and they put again the plight of Biafra back again. Because of what? We have issued a redeclaration proving the continuity of the old one into a new existing one today. These are what happened to this world. So as I'm playing the audio again, I want you to listen. I will not say a word. I want you to listen full. After this one, I will be play and pause. Then we will explain every number 1 to number 5 today with you. So you can see, you can be on the comment section to justify the road IPOB is playing, the road BGC is playing, the road Masob is playing, the road you go 247 is playing, and all these saboteurs. So listen, if you are hearing the voice, please just write right here, so I will know that the voice is coming out, because sometimes network will be somehow.
Focusing on the strict criteria.
Can you hear the audio?
Historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed.
There was what? Dissolved and collapsed.
Governments in exile.
Listen.
Did not issue subsequent peaceful redeclarations and largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples. These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai franc, and a state military. The outcome, after a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army, the region was entirely stripped of its administrative status and divided into smaller provinces. The leadership did not form an organized government in exile. No redeclaration was ever issued, and the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions. 2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement, timeline of dissolution, mid to late 1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome, The nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo forces as they consolidated absolute control over Mozambique. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. No formal external government or exiled structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map. 3. The Sultanate of Kala Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood. Timeline of dissolution. Formally terminated in 1977. The history. Located in the Sahara region spanning southern Algeria and northern Niger, the Kala Hagar was a historically recognized, self-governing Tuareg confederation that functioned with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. The outcome: in 1977, the Algerian government officially abolished the administrative and political authority of the Sultanate, forcing total assimilation into the standard Algerian provincial system. Because it was a traditional monarchy and sovereign structure rather than a westernized political party, it did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memory, completely erased from regional governance frameworks. 4. The Republic of Benda. Timeline of dissolution, 1994. The history. Benda was declared a fully independent, sovereign republic in 1979 under the South African Bantustan system. It possessed all the physical structures of a 20th century state: a parliament, a standing national army, a civil registry, national passports, and a capital city, Thohoyaro. Though unrecognized by the UN, it operated as a de facto separate country for 15 years. The outcome: during the 1994 transition to a democratic South Africa, Benda's sovereign structures were completely dissolved. Its army was integrated into the South African National Defense Force, and its territory was absorbed into the Limpopo province. Its political leadership chose complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pursuing subsequent declarations. It is entirely absent from contemporary self-determination discourse. 5. The Republic of Bophuthatswana. Timeline of dissolution, March 1994. The history. Nominally independent from 1977 to 1994, Bophuthatswana was the most economically successful of the independent republics within southern Africa. It maintained its own parliament, a highly trained military force, the Bophuthatswana Defense Force, a judicial system, and issued its own passports. The outcome: in March 1994, amid popular protests and an internal military coup, the state apparatus completely collapsed. The territory was immediately reabsorbed into South Africa. The state infrastructure was dismantled. No external government in exile was ever organized, and the nation completely ceased to exist as a political entity, with zero modern discussions regarding its revival. Structural comparison of erasure. Country, entity, year of dissolution, core reason for total erasure, current status, South Kasai, early 1970s, complete military subjugation and provincial fracturing, absorbed, no modern advocacy, Republic of Tet, mid-1970s, rapid post-colonial centralization by Frelimo, extinct political structure, Kala Hagar 1977, formal state abolition of traditional sovereignty, purely cultural, no political infrastructure, Benda 1994, voluntary structural dissolution and democratic merger, fully integrated South African province, Bophuthatswana 1994, institutional collapse and immediate reabsorption, fully integrated into South African state.
Before I further, I have to go to comment section and greet everyone in the comment section. Those are here earlier. Today we have our number one person today, Chibozo Ede. He stands on the protocol of this page. You see, in this platform, we have a protocol. There is a rule that guide this protocol, that guide this platform. The rules is that I don't need good money from you. I don't want your accolades. What I want is introduce yourself who you are when you enter by telling the world, hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, USB. Make USBG, make it open. I want you to identify who you are. Identify myself. I am a proud United States of Biafra citizen. That is who I am. And look at how Chibozo put it here. This is how I want it. He said, hashtag, I am a citizen of United State of Biafra, like our EPM said, IPOB, USB, IPOB, indigenous people of United States of Biafra. That is who you are. Kudos to that. Now, Chibuzede said again, hashtag Nigeria must go out of Biafra land. This is my greeting, if you want to greet me. And it's only when you do this, I will read your comments. It's only when you stand on this protocol. This is what when you introduce yourself, I want you to start introducing yourself. I want you to start recognizing yourself first. What you call yourself is name people are going to call you. We want anybody who don't know who we are to see the comment section and said, oh, they are from a country called United States of Biafra. This is how you become lobby to USB. This is how you become a congressman. This is how you become Intercontinental Congressman of America, who said that who we are people of United States of America. Accept your own, do it. Chibozo said, the voice is loud and clear. That is how I do. Isioluchiwa God said, hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra, Nigeria, hashtag Nigeria must go. You see the one I'm reading? This is the one I'm reading. That's one that bears our name. That's one that's when you. So I want to know who I'm talking to. You see, this is it. It's until you stand on this protocol. That is when I will read your message. Believe you me. Yes, I know that faith will do it. Yes. Look at it here. Hashtag I am a citizen of the United States of Biafra, redeclared on November 20, 1924 in Lahti, Finland by Dr. Ngozi Arabeze. He also said hashtag Nigeria must go. Now and I say thank you, Chinonso, and stay blessed. Thank you also, my brother, and remain blessed. Mazi faith. You see the way I'm picking it? This is what I want. Yes, Ogonia said. Now, Ogonia said, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra USB. Hashtag Nigeria must go. That is the comment I want. There is a brother who asked me a question. He said, She3, hello, brother. Are you from this world? Brother, I did not understand you. Please, can you explain? I am from this world. I am a normal human being like you. So if you want me to call your name and read your comments, first stand on the protocol. Once you enter, forget good morning, forget greetings, forget Biafra TV or USB Research TV, forget about it. I want you to use words. Stand on. No, brother, you are okay. What am I forgiving you if you ask a question and I already answered you? But the only thing I said, the only thing I want you to do that pleases me, I want the message to continue moving. The message is what? United States of Biafra. The message is what? Hashtag I am a citizen of United States of Biafra. That is the message. Or you can also do it in this way. IPOB, citizen of United States of Biafra. There is many ways you can put your comment. But I want you to recognize yourself. I want you to accept your name. I want you to accept who you are. So the world can address you by your name. Is it clear to you? Don't be angry, my brother. There's nothing to be angry about. You can be angry because of the sabotage and everything, but it doesn't. Now we're on the right track. We're on the right track. Our education make me to no longer be much angry. If you want to understand Sokoto Declaration by McArnold, you need to go to Maazi Kai reports. He had a program 2 days ago when he asked him about Sokoto Declaration. He's only know what he mean by that. But I will check on my own under research. What can we call Sokoto Declaration or the meaning of Sokoto Declaration by McArnold? I will check it, but not today. Because that today is not the program of this today. If you want to know that, go to Kai Reports, his page. You will find that program. You will see what McArnold explained about, because I know that Kai asked him question about Sokoto Declaration. So please, that is how you can, after the program, check Maazi, you can get the message clearly. Because I will look for it, I will research for it, but what he might mean might somehow be different from what I'm going to find out. But let us see it then. So let's continue, no time to waste. So I will play it, I will pause. You know how we do it? We are going to be explaining to number 5. So this one, we're going to finish it today before I leave.
Focusing on the strict criteria, historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed, did not transition into functioning governments in exile, did not issue subsequent peaceful redeclarations, and have largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples.
I hope you are listening. I hope you are listening to the program. We are focusing on the strict criteria of a history of African territory of a state from 1970. You know that we lost it in 1970. And they also asked for me to know those who have also lost their own from that 1970. Or those who even started before us. Onward that was dissolved, abandoned, or collapsed. Because of what? They are being collapsed, abandoned, or dissolved because of what? They do not transition into functioning government in exile. That they do not, they didn't transition into a functioning government in exile. These are 5 states, 5 countries from Africa. The same time that we are fighting, or they are even fighting before us. You will find out that they have been living from the 1960s before our own in 1967, before the Biafran coming of 1967. These countries has been there, but after that, to 1970, they are no longer countries today. They lost it. And why did they lose it woefully? And why did their map disappear in the world? Why did they lost it? And why are they not a country? They said words. They did not transition into a functioning government in exile. Not government in exile, where one person is prime minister and become Odebego, treasurer. They did not issue a subsequent peaceful redeclaration after they have lost it. And they have legally been sidelined in modern international discourse. They are specifically defined example. They have the example in the world. There is the example of what this country is. Well, that's, you can add it clearly. There was even a nation. They declared the first one. They even have military. They even have their currency. But this number one was exactly what happened in Congo, not in another place, in Congo. Because people said, our case is so peculiar, our case is so different. What of this country that tried to exit out from Congo and even issue declaration? They stand as a country. They have their military, they have their currency, they have their passport, they have everything. But Congo suppressed them down, like what Nigeria did to us. And they collapsed. They was being reintegrated back into Congo's government and become one Congo. Based on that word, as they have collapsed, or Congo has used military and armored tanker to capture them, also capture their leaders. Those who have opportunity did not transition, and they become a failed state till today. Their name disappeared, their currency disappeared, their passport disappeared. In the world map, they also disappeared, both Africa and the entire world. Remember how they said, because of they did not transition into a functioning government in exile, they did not issue any peaceful declaration of their lost country. And from that 1970 today, they are nowhere to be found. Like the way Biafra was nowhere to be found in the world map, in African map, until November 2024, Biafra now becomes a country back and come back to the map of the world. This case represents entity who directly sovereignty or administrative structure completely crushed to exist after their collapse. There was being crushed. They collapsed. They are not in existence anymore.
These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1.
Now,
the Republic
5
of South
African
Kasai,
countries.
mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, current.
1 minute. But I said I'll be
Focusing on the
posting
strict
it,
criteria.
and
Historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed, did not transition into functioning governments in exile, did not issue subsequent peaceful redeclarations, and have largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples. These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its
You had it here. Their secession, their movement began here from the 1960s. Their movement began from where? 1960. Before Biafra Republic that was declared by Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. From they began this movement in 1960, it is finally administrative and structure which was fully solidified in earlier 1970 under Mobutu Sese Seko. Centralization of Zaire. They started in 1960 to build their own country. They start with secession. They start with protests on the streets. In that first time, they issued, at a time they protest, they stopped, They formed government in that territory of Congo. They are from South Kassa Congo. They declared itself as an autonomy mining state. They issued declaration. They declared themselves a country, like what Ojukwu did in 1967 to 1970. But this movement started in 1960. Is when they started their movement in 1960. They have full administrative structure. They solidified their movement. After the declaration, they become a country. From where? From Congo. Now, their history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kassa declared itself as an autonomy mining state. It established a full functional state framework, completed with its own constitution, flag, currency. The Kassassian face and state military. To the extent they have their currency, they have their military, they have everything, even flag and their own constitution. They have their own what? Constitution. In their movement of the South Kassa from a country called Congo. In 1960, a group of people began to try to exit from Congo in 1960. They issued declaration. You had it here. They declared themselves a country. They have everything. They established what? They established their constitution, their flag, their currency, and their military state, not ESN, not local security. This is a group that said, we don't want to be under Congo. We want to have our own autonomy. We want to have our own state, our own country, our own state. International law uses a word state. We want to have our own state. They issued the declaration of their state. As they started from the 1960 to 1970, what happened? Let's find out. The outcome, after a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army, the region was entirely separated of its administrative status and drive them into a smaller province. The leadership did not form a government in exile. No declaration was even issued, and the entity has been almost completed, omitted from the modern international political discussion. Look at this case here. Now, compared to what happened to us and what Nigeria was trying to do through IPOB organization. They never know what they call declaration. They don't know what is government in exile. IPOB organization never know what is called transition. But had it here that this country fell because they refused when Congo, our case is so peculiar, our case is so different. It's not like every other one. When Congo stopped South Kassa, Nigeria stopped Biafra. But in our mind, in the continuity, Biafra has never died. That is why Wazuke started. He collapsed. Masankan take over. Masankan was kidnapped and put in prison. Osama never take over. The same IPOB that never won Biafra to be a country went to Finland to bear witness against Prime Minister Simon Ipanjoko. The same IPOB organization that never knew how to make it that Biafra should be a country because they see it as a normal business. They see Biafra as only way that China Samuru can build hotel in Akwa Ibom. They see Biafra as the only way that come to social media. The government will not give them money, business. This South Kassa collapsed. Congo take them back to their country with their leaders. And do you think that they leave their leaders with that equipment of the military that's entered in their territory to oppress them down and finally capture them. All their leaders was in prison. And those that never captured, instead of them to move on to form government in exile, to transition to form government in exile, to issue declaration, they refuse to do that. They refuse to issue declaration. They refuse to redeclare after the collapse. And through that, they said, listen carefully. Because why I told you, without forming government in exile, without issue declaration, the world can never talk about you, no matter whatever you present. The same way the world today wanted to talk about Biafra. But because our peacefully declared, the world is talking about Biafra because our declaration is what they call a power of readiness of section to give outside countries power to talk about you. That is what they say, that a declaration or redeclare is a legal way to achieve a lost country. Are you following? I hope you are still hearing my voice. Please, whenever I ask you, that means from the other side, I am seeing a too big shaking or attack. So the only thing you can do for YouTube to know that people are here is when you touch the emoji love, please. I want to touch that emoji love. When you touch the emoji love, the world, we know that people are watching the program, please. If you are watching, please try to touch the emoji love. It doesn't remove any money from you. These IPOB organizations that are gangsters, that are working, never want Biafra to be a country. They see Biafra as a business, how to reach themselves. That is why Shishoku can beat the price, how much they will give him, how much he sold Mazen Nandekan, Shishoku and all his people, and those that followed him. When you look at that's where we are today. And now that you can see that this country, South Kassan, fell from Congo, and the Congo take them back into their government. They fell because of what? One, their leader was arrested. Their leaders was also arrested, put in prison. Those outside refused to transition. When they lost it finally, they refused to transition. They refused to form government in exile. I said what? They refused to form government in exile. They refused to issue the declaration. And they said, look at it. And the entity has been almost completely omitted from the modern international political discussion. That is why China Sanwo-Olu told the Nigerian government, oh, you could have killed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. 3 months, everybody will forget it at home. We'll move on. Connect that word with this section of South Kassan and their people. Those that are supposed to man up refuse to stand. Like in the IPOB. That is what Batobia, stand, man up, stand up. And pilot the affair of the Biafran people. Transition us from organization to a country. One, the transition will start from organization to a government in exile. The government in exile will now issue a peaceful redeclaration of the lost country. South Kassan refused to transition into exile. They refused to form government in exile. They refused to issue declaration. That is how what they said here was that the world is completely omitted from the modern international political discussion. Nobody discuss about it because of what? Because of there is no transition. There is no government in exile. There is no declaration. Do you see why IPOB organization is meant to destroy Biafran for forever and ever? That is why I told you we must thank Simon Ebanjo. That's why you must thank the Congozo Rebeze, Amazon and the Khan. Imagine the kind of violence, imagine the kind of, look at this here, the heavy armed struggle, the heavy military that Congo descend on the people of South Kassan to suppress them down. Is it not the same heavy of the military all over Biafra land today? They thought they can suppress us down. They cannot, because of what? What made South Kassan fell is what our DPM has issued, and that is what makes them fail. Is what Abato Obiesa introduced to us. Give us that we must use a government in exile to issue a redeclaration of our lost country. Look at how they lost their own woefully. Now I'm going to number 2.
Its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai franc, and a state military. The outcome. After a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army, the region was entirely stripped of its administrative status and divided into smaller provinces. The leadership did not form an organized government in exile.
The same way Nigeria is trying to divide all this area of Biafra land today. You see, that division does not see us start. Now tell me how our case is different, how our case is peculiar. When you speak peculiar, it sounds very good. But why you are the one who makes the Biafra movement to stand on the side of peculiar? Why you are the fault? This case of people of South Kassan, is it not how Nigerian government has littered military everywhere in Biafra land today? Is it not how what we are passing through today? Divide and rule, creating state to state, bring people of all the Biafrans, put them into the north, put them into Yoruba land, and all of the odds that's happening today. Is it not what we're passing through today? I want you to be paying attention. I want you to see why we're on the right track. Divide and rule. Refuse to transition. That is why today let's go to number 2.
No redeclaration was ever issued, and the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions. 2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement.
I'm from Mozambique.
Mid to late 1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome. The nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo
like and share the program,
consolidated absolute control over
Mozambique. And share the program.
The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. No formal external government or exiled structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map. 3. The Sultanate of Kela Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood. Timeline of dissolution. Formally terminated in
1 minute. I want to check something.
Focusing on the strict criteria, historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed, did not transition into functioning governments in exile, did not issue subsequent
Let's go to number 2. That's why I paused it, because we did not handle it, because That is facts. Let's go to number 2 first. Now, in this number 2, the Republic of Tet, Mozambique secession movement from Mozambique. Timeline of dissolution, middle late 1970. Are you hearing it? The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions, and the traditional structures in the recycle-rich Tite previous attempt to carve out of a separate political administration, registering their centralized or their minds FRELIOM government. They tried to register their government. They tried to register an organization called FRELIOM as a government in exile. They failed to register it. As they failed, what happened? As they failed to register, as they failed to do that, they never, the Mozambique, after the collapse of the Portugal, did not give them chance. They used their military, descend on them. They used their military, descend on them. They forced them. As they forced them and descend on them and use all their armor tankers and their weapon against this secession movement of TETE, is the name of the Republic of Tete. As they are moving, as they put on their face, what happened? They could not make it by transition government in exile. What happened? Listen. The outcome. Administrative movement was softly crushed. This administrative movement was what crushed by a military of Mozambique. First, as they forced them. Like the way Nigeria is forcing us to stay today. Their case, when they were being forcing them, when it was being treated them bad, is when you go deep, you find out that our case is not our case, is the case is also peculiar. These people that was being forced, their case is not peculiar. I do that they were just being forcing them. If you thought I was forcing them, I will give you the number of those that was being massacred. For them to come back to be one Mozambique country, not for them to have their own republic. They have issued their country already in 1970. When they said it's a time for us to have our own country, the Mozambique military descend on them. The Mozambique did what? Descend on them, their military. They by force them, they arrest them. The Mozambique arrested over 5,000 citizens one day, put them in prison, and charged them with treason. One day, 5,000 of this particular Republic of Tete they arrested over 5,000 one single day, dumped them in prison, sentenced them to life imprisonment with treason law in Mozambique. Their case is not peculiar. The rest of you, they refuse to transition. They refuse to transition into exile. Mozambique absolutely control over them. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. Non-formal existing government in exile or exile structure was built. They did not narrate or defend Tete completely. It was vanished from the African geopolitical map. Like when we did not defend the territory of Biafra in 1967 to 1970, then we lost it. Look at how they lost their own. They did not transition into a government in exile. They did not form a structure of a government in exile. Their leaders was being jailed. All their leaders was captured and jailed. Like how Nigerian government is kidnapping Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, colluded with Finland to arrest Obatobia, trying to arrest and intimidate all Biafrans today. Is it not the same case? Oh, don't compare anybody with our own case. If you don't do the comparison, you will understand what we are doing. You are not Mr. Know-it-all. You have to look how others did it and put some areas that will benefit you into it. Why did the Mazen Kanu say that we have to replicate the history of Syria, Yemen, Somalia? If you have no case like our own is so peculiar. I hear that thing from anybody who speaks that kind of English to me. Because I know that we are the one who made it to be peculiar. We refuse since over all these years of transition. Lack of the transition is why we are passing through all that we're passing through today, because those that started in 1960, like people of Namibia and every other country that went into exile in 30 years. The exile from the 1960 could end in 1990, and by now we could have been a full country like Namibia. The failed of transition into exile is why we are doing this today. And you come and tell me, oh, it's so peculiar. You don't know. Mazen Kanu, do you know more than him that said that for us to achieve Biafra, that we must repeat the history of all these countries I mentioned here so far? Do you know more than Mazen Kanu? Do you know more than him? Listen to this. This is the voice from Mazen Kanu. Listen to this. Because I do with evidence. The voice I'm going to play now is the voice of Mazen Kanu, January 1st, 2021, before he was being kidnapped in June 2021. Listen to this voice. Please, 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, hear it from here. I hope you can hear this.
We are very, very.
Can you hear the voice?
Of our approach, not just to the disintegration of the damnable zoological republic, but its disembowelment. I did promise you many years ago that by the time.
Can you hear the audio, please?
The name Nigeria will no longer exist. That is where we are heading to. And for us to be able to accomplish that, we need to recreate the scenario of Yemen, the scenario of Syria, the scenario of Somalia, in the northern part of the damnable zoological republic. And there is only one way we are going to achieve that.
Are you hearing it? Can you hear this? This is January 2021, January 1st, the New Year day of 2021. He made this broadcast for us to put all what it takes to disintegrate Nigeria, that we need to repeat all these histories. This is how every other country achieved their own. as is in fact, you are total stupid and madness. After this, I will block you. I know I work more than you now. You are so foolish. Because there's people like you that are people that never want Biafra to be a country. And sometimes my angry over people like you is that you don't have a real, is not your real name. Yes, I sacrifice my time. So when I come back from me to sleep, I work 14 hours every day. Because I want Biafra as a country. And I understand that Biafra is the only way I can start working 14 hours. So I'm here to do the analysis to educate myself. And for me to see that, look at how people fail. And how they fail is someone like you. I come online once in a day. Any day I'm at work. I owe you no explanation of my life. So whatever I like, I do with my life. And if you say that this is your real name, I will give you a link. Come inside. Let me know the kind of work we are doing, where you are, and do your own work. This is the link. Eze, only you. Please come inside. Let us talk. Look at the link there. Come inside. If you don't come in the next 1 minute, in the next 5 minutes, I will block you. Because I don't think you can feed me. I don't think I can feed you from the work I'm doing over here. Don't think that you are a big fool. And look at your comment. Mazi, I am sorry to say this. So don't you have tangible job over there in Malaysia rather than sitting in front of your YouTube 24 hours and the fornicating fake analysis? Maybe Dr. Ngozo Rabeze do pay you. You think that USB is IPOB organization? You know that USB is your fake criminal, fake fallback bridge of Ogenkere? You think that USB is CRC? You think that USB is BGC? You think? Take the challenge if you're man enough that has a job where you are. Look at the link, please enter with the link. Look at the link here. Click the link and enter. If you know you are man enough, if you know that you have a job where you are, and you have a job, you have time to come to YouTube to watch me. Because all of you hate truth. Either you belong to CRC or to BGC or to Go 247 or to the IPOB organization, the criminal IPOB organization that fell like all these 5 countries that fell in Africa. If you are a man enough, please enter. If you're a man enough, use the link and enter with your fake name. Because truth na born abundant. So all these Biafrans under USB, the reasons of USB. You see how this country fails? They fail because of what? Even when their leaders was arrested. Okay, you belong to Daddy Orama, no wonder. This is the kind of fools who follow a woman go to bed and who follow a woman go to their place. I give you link to enter if you're a man enough. And the only thing I know how to do very well is I wait for you. This is 5 minutes you write this to your garbage. Then it takes me a second to delete it and wait for you to write. After 5 minutes, you will send it again. I am counting the time. It has passed 5 minutes. You write the garbage you send. So I'm waiting for the next 6 minutes or 7, 10 before you send another one. And it takes me a second to delete the rubbish you are writing. Because you refuse to be educated. You refuse to accept the truth. You refuse to accept the truth. Because of the truth is very bitter to all of you. All of you that are people that never want Biafra as a country. Biafra is a place you can use to rant and shout on social media. Instead of you to listen to history, why countries fail, you are writing garbage. Write, comment again. If you are man enough, Eze, because of you, I put the link. So use link to enter.
Redeclarations, and have largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples. These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely cease to exist after their collapse.
Are you hearing it?
Here are five
After they cease to collapse, because of what? They refuse to transition into government in exile. They did not issue official declaration. It simply sends something into our mind that the only government in exile the world knows is the one that issue a very peaceful declaration of a lost country. You are mad. This page is not monetized. Do you know that my page is not monetized? I am here to let those like the way I understand what it takes to have a Biafra as a country, as we are hearing as I'm playing the audio. This page is not monetized. Nobody is paying me a dime. After my job, I subscribe my page, I put my internet, and I'm here to talk for 2 to 3 hours. I close, I go to my job. Then again till tomorrow when I come back again. Because of I want my country. Because I am a proud, united state of Biafra citizen. And I want the world to know that what makes these 5 countries fail in Africa, that we has done our own by doing that government in exile and issued the declaration of our lost country called Republic of Biafra, reintegrated into a new continuity of the United States of Biafra. No, he never knew that. Keep your sorry to yourself. I am sorry for you because of your low mentality. You see, you send this message after confirm 8 minutes. You send one. Now it takes me only seconds to wipe the nonsense, and you no longer exist on the page. So because of their fail, and the world has stopped talking about them in the modern day geopolitical era, because of what? After they have lost, after the leader was being arrested, nobody formed government in exile. Nobody issued a redeclaration. And through that, they all lost. So the only original government in exile is what? The one that would issue a redeclaration of a lost country. And they have the document. Is the only government in exile the world knows about. That is, they say that we view them under the international law as a country in waiting for recognition. Let's continue.
Examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural...
The same way Nigerian government address us as secessionalists, is it not true? Nigerian government addressed the people of Biafra as Mazen Namdekan or Wazwike as what? As a secessionalist. Is how they're addressing them here. Is that whatever we pass today, that whatever name that are being called us today, that people has answered such name before?
Structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history, located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai franc, and a state militia.
Before we have our own currency, right? What is it today? Before US will declare what is our currency, nowhere to be found. What is our map? Nowhere to be found. But today, after we have issued a peaceful redeclaration by one and only mother, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze, that is how we come back again. That is how we come back again to the world. And today, Biafra, if you look at my background, you will see the Biafran map back to the map of the world again. This is how it happens. Because of what? What makes South Kassan fail? They made it openly that what makes them fail is what? That they failed to transition to form government in exile. They failed to issue a redeclaration of their lost country. They failed to issue what? A redeclaration of what? Their lost country. This is how they lost their country. Until today, they are no longer a country anymore. Because of three things. Name of what? Transition. 2, government in exile. 3, issue redeclaration. You had it, they did not do that. That's why they fell. 5 in Africa. They fell till today. They are not in existence.
The outcome, after a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army.
After a brutal military integration from where? From Congo. Because they want to, South Kassan want to exit from Congo. Congo now use a total assassin, military on them. And they all reintegrated back. Like the way Biafra was reintegrated to Nigeria after the 1970 war. This is how South Kassan faced a brutal military power from Congo, because they are part of heart. They said this South Kassan is the heart of Congo. They want to pull out from Congo. As they are moving to pull out, today they did not make it again, because when this war broke out between South Kassan and Congo, Congo win them, suppress them. Congo, do you know that Congo arrested all their leaders, jailed all of them? Congo arrested all of them, jailed all of them. As those that was not arrested, none of them remember to transition to government in exile. As they do not transition, as they do not form government in exile, as they do not issue redeclaration, today they said in the world international political discussion, they are all being omitted. When you form a government in exile, then issue the declaration, the world will start talking about you. They will never forget you again. But because of that, they do not. Let me read it here for you. And the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussion because of what? Lack of form government in exile, lack of issue declaration. That is why they are being forgotten. Remember their movement before us, from the 1960s.
Army. The region was entirely stripped of its administrative status and divided into smaller provinces. The leadership did not form an organized government in exile. No redeclaration was ever issued, and the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions.
And yet
2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement. Timeline of dissolution.
From
Mozambique.
Mozambique.
1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome: the nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo forces as they consolidated absolute control over Mozambique. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. no formal external government or exiled structure was built.
Their leaders was what? Captured, jailed, and reintegrated back into Mozambique. They all reintegrated back. The leader was jailed. When they said the leader was jailed, when I was searching for them, if you see what they did to their leader, they used treason law to sentence them to life imprisonment. These leaders died in prison in Mozambique. Are you hearing it? This is what happened in Africa. That is why I focus in Africa this time around, for you to know that what we are passing through today, that people in Africa has passed that. Oh, our case is so different. Don't compare with another person. Look at it here. If USB did not redeclare, what is our fate? The IPOB and that Rama's men and his group and those groups are following them, they are presenting this fate the way that these people of tech was being presenting their affair, refusing to form government in exile, refused to issue the declaration of their lost country. Today, they all been forgotten in Africa geopolitical map. They have been removed. Remember the journey of 1960. Remember that Namibia, who know what they want, that in 1960, transition government in exile, in December, they issue a declaration. From that declaration from 1960 to 1990, Namibia succeeded a recognition, come back over their territory. Check from 1960 to 1990 is maximum 30 years. That is how many years Namibia was in exile. But this take refused to form government in exile. They refused to issue declaration. On that note, Mozambique used their military, arrest all their leaders. In a day, Mozambique arrested 5,000 people, sentenced them to life imprisonment. Their case, is it peculiar?
Structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map.
Are you hearing it?
3.
It was
the Sultanate
vanished.
of Kela Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood. Timeline of dissolution, formally terminated in 1977.
Are you hearing it?
The history. Located in the Sahara region spanning southern Algeria and northern Niger, the Kela Hagar was a historically recognized, self-governing Tuareg confederation that functioned with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. The outcome, in 1977, the Algerian government...
Before the outcome, this attack, sovereign statehood, timeline, dissolution, formally terminated in 1977, where in 1977, the history, located in the Sahara region near southern Algeria and the northern Niger. The Kili Ahiga was a historically recognized, self-moving confederation that functioning with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. You see, like through the 1967 to 1970, we have our territory. The territory is what? The territory is what? The territory of all this region that fought and give a name, Republic of Biafra, as a country with the territory. Then what happened? As their leadership continues maintaining their territory, now something happened. The outcome of it in 1977. Algeria government officially abolished the administrative and political authority of this particular country because of what? They used their military. They befall on them. They arrested their citizens until all of them got frustrated. That is what Nigeria is doing today. That is what IPOB is encouraging Nigeria to do. That is why Chinasa Nworu, that is why Chike Dozie said, if Nigeria government could have buy Mazen Nnamdi Kanu for 3 months, Biafrans will forget and move on. That is how they plan to kill the movement. That is how they plan to destroy Biafra should never be a country anymore. until Chukwuka Abiyama, who said, Biafra is my country. I will never allow it to be wiped out in this eternity, in this face of the world, that Biafra will be country. Chukwuka Abiyama now choose a man in the heart of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa Njoku, to introduce to us a structure of a government in exile that is going to issue the redeclaration of the lost Biafra into the continuity of the new one, United State of Biafra as a country. United what? State of Biafra as a country. Can't you see how every other countries in Africa, in this world, achieve their own? That is what we're supposed to do. And we have done that. Because have you see that without this government in exile, that without this our peaceful declaration, a time will come, nobody will talk about Biafra again. But I want to know why this Biafra, the land of the rising sun, must come to exist as really come to exist in the world. Now that entered the world of the world back after we have done our peaceful declaration. We come back to the world. Yes, thank you for following. You see why Nigeria? Because once you redeclare it, you have made it possible. That is why anybody who plays with our DPM is my worst enemy. Without this redeclaration, you see how these 5 countries been lost. Now we are number 3. They all lost their territory because of what? When Algeria and the Niger Republic behead on them, fall their military equipment on them, they capture all their leaders, they throw them in prison, and none of the citizens remember to enter exile. Look at it. When Ojukwu died, Owazwike started on the ground. He tried, arrested him. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started from exile. Started from abroad without a government structure. He only have a structure of organization. Which the organization, if they really want Biafra, the first threat of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if those Uchemefo, Omiomio, Clifford Irua, and all of them know how to achieve Biafra, that is when they could have formed in exile and issued declaration. By now, we could have achieved our recognition. Or we are still on the process. I want you to be connecting the dots. Why you must thank Simon Ekpa and the Ngozi Rebels especially. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu now see that these people I am with don't know how to do it. He, in one of his brokers, he even mentioned, give them expo. A time will come when from government in exile. If they really want Biafra, they could have pressured Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to form the government in exile if they want Biafra to become a country. They never did. They only stand on protest and the agitation. Which there is no way that will give us Biafra as a country. It's only when you issue the declaration. Now, do you see why they're going to take Simon away? And Rama, all these enemies are there, yapping and gossiping and supporting the enemies. Which Biafran constitution will judge everybody. I hope you are connecting the door within yourself. I hope you can see why we need to increase the momentum of our fundraising for us to achieve recognition quickly. As government is doing diplomatic movement, we as people of Biafra also have to do our own part. We have to do our own part.
Officially abolish the administrative and political authority of the Sultanate.
Nigeria wanted to use IPOB organization under Chike Dozie Manchina Sanwo-Olu Uchemefo. They want to use it to abolish Biafra movement. Imagine Algeria and the Niger abolish the movement of a country. All of them, when I go down to research, all of them was arrested, their leaders. And those that was free, that some part of the cabinet member, like 5 of them, was not arrested and who denied the movement. Instead of them to transition to exile and issue declaration to serve those in the prison, they allowed them. Those in the prison, many of them also, they said over 13,000 of these people died in prison because of life sentence, because of by firing squad. A lot has happened. Tell me how our case, now look at them. If we or if our DPM did not stand up and redeclare, is it not the area that these people passed through and their country was collapsed and abolished and disappeared in the map of the world? That could have been our situation. Is it not true? That could have been our situation. Let's go.
Forcing total assimilation into the standard Algerian provincial system. Because it was a traditional monarchy and sovereign structure rather than a westernized political party, it did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memory, completely erased from regional governance frameworks.
It exists as a what? Existing cultural memory. You see, IPOB, Remembrance of Hero Day, is existing of a cultural memory, is what they are doing. That is how international law address what IPOB is doing. That is why Willie Obiano told us that this is a cultural, heroic remembrance. You see where they got the word. The reason of the international community and our mindset and what we reason is not the same. IPOB organization, May 30 remembrance date is what? Is a cultural memorial remembrance of the past heroes, not a remembrance of a country remembrance. No, it's not. And they said what? Because of the refuse to form, because of they did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memorial, completely raised from the region governance framework. Do you see what happened to people? Do you see how they handle their movement? And where we are today. And look at where we are. The same history is here repeating, and those levels are following it up. The gullibles who are flowing it up and acting the same way. Is number 4.
Frameworks. 4. The Republic of Venda. Timeline of dissolution, 1994. The history. Venda was declared a fully independent, sovereign republic in 1979 under the South African Bantustan system. It possessed all the physical structures of a 20th century state, a parliament, a standing national army, a civil registry, national passports, and a capital city, Thohoyado. Though unrecognized by the UN, it operated as a de facto separate country for 15 years. The outcome, during the 1994 transition to a democratic South Africa, Venda's sovereign structures were completely dissolved. Its army was integrated into the South African National Defense Force, and its territory was absorbed into the Limpopo province. Its political leadership chose complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pursuing subsequent declarations. It is entirely absent from contemporary self-determination discourse. 5. The Republic of Bophuthatswana.
You had it here, the Republic of Venda. Timeline dissolution 1994. The history. Venda was declared fully independent sovereignty republic in 1979. Is when they declared their first sovereignty under the South Africa. You see, South Africa, because of the movement of South Africa trying to colonize their fellow Africa, many countries are in South Africa. The saboteurs of the Namibia, all of them are in South Africa. Many countries that are the saboteurs run their live. That is why you have multiple ethnic cultural movements in South Africa. Look at seeking, because of what Namibia did to them, they refused to allow these people to move on. What happened? Because this was on ground. These people did not learn a lesson from Namibia. Instead of them to transition to exile, they refused to transition. There was there with South Africa, like Owazwike, who knows that the money he have made the money. He only tries sometimes he come and talk as if you know what he's doing. He's trying to do damage control. The time has gone because Biafra has been declared under US declared through our Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orebeze. What happened? Let's continue. Benchusta system. It's proposed as the physical structure of the 21st century state. A parliament, a standard nation army, a civil registered national passport, and the capital city of Tunguhadu. In South Africa. They formed their government. They issued the election. They have their currency. They have their passport. They have their military. They have their civil registered right and everything as a country. What happened? Though unrecognized by the UN, it operates as de facto separate country for 15 years. They stand, imagine those that stand for 15 years. They stand for what? For 15 good years. Is how many they stand for as a country in Africa, from the territory of South Africa. After that, what happened? The outcome, listen to this. The outcome during the 1994 transition to domestic South Africa, Vienna sovereignty structured were completely dissolved. By what? Its army, by the army of South Africa and some of their army who collected bribe. You see what Gentle Butozo is doing today did not start today. I want you to follow me and we will connect the dots. Their military. When their military helped the military of South Africa again, what happened? Was integrated into the South African National Defense Force. Immediately, they got those military, they pulled them. South Africa did not jail them. Those enemies, those saboteurs, they all was what put into the military of South Africa. What happened? Let's continue. And its territory was abandoned into Limpopo province. Its political leaders choose a complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pushing for subsequent declaration. It is entirely absent from the geopolitical self-determination discourse of the world. Well, they fell woefully. Their leaders also accepted when the going is getting tough, when the military of South Africa fire it to them, rain it to them, they did what Ojukwu did, what Philip Effiong did, by return and accepted to the integration. Because of bad advice and the name call. That is why I remember there was a day I was there, I asked you, if you come out one day, over 5,000 Biafrans massacred on the streets and lying lifelessly on the body, are you sure you still want Biafra under USB to come as a country? When you look out, is your mother, your father, or my own is there, are you still going to stand? I'm asking you. Let that day never come. But if it happens, like it happens to this Vianda, it happens to this 5 countries that was totally dissolved and relegated back into the country they said, we don't want to be here. It's not by talking from mouth. It's not by, oh, I said, if tomorrow you see, wake up tomorrow, you heard that the government has wiped away your family because of Biafra. Like those who they are angry is because of they are going to hospital and in this at home, they could not be able to go and their people die. That is why they hate Biafra. I'm asking you, are you going to believe and still stand if you wake up tomorrow, your brother is on the ground because of Biafra? because of you declaring put in that way, to be clear to you. I'm asking you, are you sure that you are still going to stand? Are you still going to be on the side of USB if by then that US has never achieved recognition? Are you going to still stand? Remember that Vianda, over 4,000 was being sent to prison. One day, not those that was there before. If you bend down to count you the numbers of those who was in prison, you will run. Well, our case is peculiar. It's not that you see, if not for you to be declared, we are the one that's holding ourselves, because this country failed because the leader refused to transition into a government in exile, like when Ojukwu refused to transition. Since that time, Biafra has not get their rights again until Nigerian see that, oh, if they declare it under the international law, they are a sovereign state with recognition, they come harder on Simon Ekpa with the IPOB organization. You are starting an approach today when your people was bearing witness against Simon Ekpa. What did you do that? What did you say that time? Where did you stand? Today, oh, Simon was right. And you are here. What happened when Simon Ekpa was here is happening again. You cannot decode it. Why Simon Ekpa is right? Oh, he was fighting then. IPOB is not doing anything. He moved forward. What did he move to? You give him autopilot. And he said he's a bad person. When from autopilot, he formed and transitioned according to the world movement into a government in exile. You come against him. When he was arrested after our peaceful declaration, you bear witness against him. When your people of IPOB was bearing witness against Martin Nandikan, against Simon Ekpa, what did you say that time? Do you condemn it? Is it now? That is when it's after they don't accept such apology. As I owe you no apology, I don't want you to owe me any apology. What you are apology, we have to consider we judge all of us according to our job. What we present on this movement. Take it or you leave it. So the outcome is what? This Vianda was banished by South Africa, destabilized them, reintegrate them back to the military of South Africa, would take the season back to it today. That is why you are seeing this many fights. Not even only that one. There is one who was in exile in France. South Africa is like Nigeria. Many countries, over 3 or 4 countries in South Africa. The way Nigeria today need to divide into 3 or 4 countries. That is the pure truth. That is the pure truth. So let's proceed.
Timeline of dissolution, March 1994. The history, nominally independent from 1977 to 1994, Botswana was the most economically successful of the independent republics within southern Africa. It maintained its own parliament, a highly trained military force, the Botswana Defense Force, a judicial system, and issued its own passports. The outcome, in March 1994, amid popular protests and an internal military coup, the state apparatus completely collapsed. The territory was immediately reabsorbed into South Africa. The state infrastructure was dismantled. No external government in exile was ever organized, and the nation completely ceased to exist as a political entity, with zero modern discussions regarding its revival.
You see, what is happening in South Africa today did not start today. You see, all this problem in South Africa did not start today. Nelson Mandela trying to handle it. Nelson Mandela was trying to do it in a way that is for everybody, but finally, many of them refused to understand it. Look at what happened there. The same South Africa. Now, the main thing is that these 5 states fails because of what? Because they refused to transition when South Africa came harder on them. They refused to transition. They refused to form government in exile. They refused to issue redeclaration that we did, that the government was against it totally. Have you seen the government saying about unity of Biafra? Any day they say that is the Biafra recognition first. They know what they are doing. Those advisors have told them they have got it right to leave them or for them not to sanction all of you. And this South Africa, in case of Namibia, in South Africa, Namibia made South Africa left EU. South Africa left United Nations and left AU, left AU in Africa. They later come back because of the crime they committed against Namibia.
Bible. Structural comparison of erasure. Country, entity, year of dissolution, core reason for total erasure, current status, South Kasai, early 1970s, complete military subjugation and provincial fracturing, absorbed, no modern
Please, want to join me, you
Republic
can.
of Tet, mid-1970s, rapid post-colonial centralization by Frelimo, extinct political structure, Kela Hager 1977, formal state abolition of traditional sovereignty, purely cultural, no political infrastructure, Venda 1994, voluntary structural dissolution and democratic merger, fully integrated South African province, Bophuthatswana 1994, institutional collapse and immediate reabsorption, fully integrated into South African state.
I hope you had it. This is how they fell. So for you that is attacking usually declared, I want you to understand it clearly. I want you to know that if we did not redeclare on November 29, Biafra can never become a country. They will soon forget us. And that is what the government is pushing. If the era of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and Simon and we all who believe in Biafra passes, Biafra will be forgotten again. And Nigeria have a timeline. They know the exact time that Biafra, the world will start talking about Biafra. That is why anybody who talk about Biafra in genuine mindset, they will try to kidnap, arrest, and sentence the person. Do you see why our redeclaration has been an evidence that what we want is our country? That what we want is Biafra as a nation. Can you see to that? This is how Nigeria budgeted it for us. Look at it. If not for Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, who else? If not Simon Ekpa, who have the mind? You see, those that will liberate you in a country, they are not born in the same year, but they will always come when one has another one will come up. Do you want Biafra to be a failed state? If you are attacking US will declared, if all you can do is to attack US will declared, can't you see that you don't ever want Biafra to be a country? That every other one who did not make it to be a country was because of they have never issued a declaration. They did not have government in exile. Now it's also clear to you that only the legitimate government in exile in the world is the one that issued a redeclaration of a lost country. Is it clear to you? Because from how these countries fell, those that was even exist for 15 years fell. Those in the 3 years fell. Look at how 5 of them fell. One thing made them fail, which is the center of one thing that's had 3 different branches. What is that? For you to continue being a country, you must transition. You must form government in exile. You must issue a redeclare of the lost country. These are how you can become a country. And this is how every other country in this world made it and to where they are today. This is how they made it to where they are today. Those that did not issue redeclare it like these 5, they all vanished today. They are no longer in existence. They are no longer a country. Nobody talk about them. Even at a time when they had to use protest to move on, it does not last. Without a peaceful redeclaration of a lost country, you can never be a country. You can never make it. So for us to make it and make it to be possible for us is through only our peaceful redeclaration of our lost country. This is how we can become a country. This is how we can become a country. And we are there, whether like it or not, because that's why I said in a criteria for Biafra to become a nation, for Biafra to get recognition, for Biafra to get recognition, there is no any Biafran who will decide who to recognize and who is not recognized. Because you can't eat your cake and have it back. Because you can't write your exam and mark your exam and pass yourself. And there is a way to pass, which is the template of the international global community, is the only way we can do, so that we can pass. And it's left in their hand once we met all these criteria. Without meeting all these criteria, we go nowhere. And today, we have met it. That is why I told you that the best thing is to always recommend and always appreciate our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabueze. Because of what? She moved us not for Nigeria to abolish Biafra as a country. But that is where Nigeria is moving to. So I will play it again. Please want to join me, you are free to join.
Focusing on the strict criteria, historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed did not transition into functioning governments in exile, did not
Why
issue
they were
subsequent
dissolved
peaceful
and we are not
redeclarations,
account
and
today
have
because
largely
of
been
what?
sidelined
had
in
it
modern
here.
international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples. These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai franc, and a state military. The outcome: after a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army, the region was entirely stripped of its administrative status and divided into smaller provinces. The leadership did not form an organized government in exile. No redeclaration was ever issued, and the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions. 2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement, timeline of dissolution, mid to late 1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome: the nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo forces as they consolidated absolute control over Mozambique. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. No formal external government or exiled structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map. 3. The Sultanate of Kela Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood, timeline of dissolution, formally terminated in 1977. The history. Located in the Sahara region spanning southern Algeria and northern Niger, the Kela Hagar was a historically recognized, self-governing Tuareg confederation that functioned with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. The outcome: in 1977, the Algerian government officially abolished the administrative and political authority of the Sultanate, forcing total assimilation into the standard Algerian provincial system. Because it was a traditional monarchy and sovereign structure rather than a westernized political party, it did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memory, completely erased from regional governance frameworks. 4. The Republic of Venda. Timeline of dissolution, 1994. The history. Venda was declared a fully independent, sovereign republic in 1979 under the South African Bantustan system. It possessed all the physical structures of a 20th century state: a parliament, a standing national army, a civil registry, national passports, and a capital city. Thohoyado. Though unrecognized by the UN, it operated as a de facto separate country for 15 years. The outcome, during the 1994 transition to a democratic South Africa, Venda's sovereign structures were completely dissolved. Its army was integrated into the South African National Defense Force, and its territory was absorbed into the Limpopo province. Its political leadership chose complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pursuing subsequent declarations. It is entirely absent from contemporary self-determination discourse. 5. The Republic of Bophuthatswana. Timeline of dissolution, March 1994. The history, nominally independent from 1977 to 1994, Bophuthatswana was the most economically successful of the independent republics within southern Africa. It maintained its own parliament, a highly trained military force, the Bophuthatswana Defense Force, a judicial system, and issued its own passports. The outcome, in March 1994, amid popular protests and an internal military coup, the state apparatus completely collapsed. The territory was immediately reabsorbed into South Africa. The state infrastructure was dismantled, no external government in exile was ever organized, and the nation completely ceased to exist as a political entity, with zero modern discussions regarding its revival. Structural comparison of erasure. Country, entity. Year of dissolution. Core reason for total erasure. Current status. South Kasai. Early 1970s. Complete military subjugation and provincial fracturing. Absorbed. No modern advocacy. Republic of Tet. Mid-1970s. Rapid post-colonial centralization by Frelimo. Extinct political structure. Kella Hager 1977. Formal state abolition of traditional sovereignty. Purely cultural. No political infrastructure. Venda 1994. Voluntary structural dissolution and democratic merger. Fully integrated South African province. Bophuthatswana 1994. Institutional collapse and immediate reabsorption. Fully integrated into South African state.
I hope you are following. Yes, Ogona, you are right. Thank you. I see you, Linus Christ. You're welcome to the program. Thank you so much. You are anybody. What I'm trying to reach out to Biafrans, I find out that Biafrans do not like the message, want us to be talking, narrating all this, Radio Rama, and that is why after our declaration, we need to transition to the level of declaration. And that's standard the world is looking at us. After you have listened to this, anyone attacking you to declare and our DPM never loved Mazen Nandekan. They never loved Mazen Nandekan for 1 minute. That is why they are attacking our. Anybody who attack our DPM is like all these countries that when the leader was arrested, none of them transitioned into exile. And you had it here that because they fell woefully because of they refused to transition into a government in exile. In Africa, 5 fell till today. Those that started from the 1960s, they fell. Those that started from the 1970s, they all fell. Even those that was from the South Africa and Mozambique that has built a country for 15. Imagine you being a country for 15 years. And the people that you thought that you have passed them come back and said, no, they used their military to descend on the territory and they capture the territory, capture the leader, and put all of them in prison. And why do they fail? They fell woefully because of what? Because their leader or those outside that was not arrested, they refused to transition. Yes. I don't want to be the one saying it. That's why I want to play it again. So you can see reason why these 5 countries that even have currency fail, have their passports, how they are being abolished and being, in fact, they have removed their map in the map of the Africa. They are no longer there at all. The world, Africa just disappeared them in the map of the world. That's what headline is. From 1970, 5 African nations that disappeared from the map because of what? No government in exile, no redeclaration. That is why they fell. Let me play it again. Let me play it again for you so you can understand clearly why supporting US redeclared is the only option we have at this stage.
Focusing on the strict criteria, historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed, did not transition into functioning governments in exile, did not issue subsequent peaceful redeclarations, and have largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples. These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai flag, and a state military.
Flag, currency, map, everything.
After a brutal military
military from the Congolese army,
of its administrative status and divided into
like
smaller
what
provinces.
Nigeria is continuously doing.
The leadership did not form an organized government in exile.
Where they
No
fell?
declaration was ever issued.
Are you
The
hearing
entity
it?
has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions. 2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement, timeline of dissolution, mid to late 1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome. The nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo forces as they consolidated absolute control over Mozambique. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. No formal external government or exiled structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map. 3. The Sultanate of Kela Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood, timeline of dissolution, formally terminated in 1977. The history. Located in the Sahara region spanning southern Algeria and northern Niger, the Kela Hagar was a historically recognized, self-governing Tuareg confederation that functioned with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. The outcome. In 1977, the Algerian government officially abolished the administrative and political authority of the Sultanate, forcing total assimilation into the standard Algerian provincial system. Because it was a traditional monarchy and sovereign structure rather than a westernized political party, it did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memory, completely erased from regional governance frameworks. 4. The Republic of Venda. Timeline of dissolution, 1994. The history. Venda was declared a fully independent, sovereign republic in 1979 under the South African Bantustan system. It possessed all the physical structures of a 20th century state, a parliament, a standing national army, a civil registry, national passports, and a capital city, Thohoyado. Though unrecognized by the UN, it operated as a de facto separate country for 15 years. The outcome. During the 1994 transition to a democratic South Africa, Venda's sovereign structures were completely dissolved. Its army was integrated into the South African National Defense Force, and its territory was absorbed into the Limpopo province. Its political leadership chose complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pursuing subsequent declarations. It is entirely absent from contemporary self-determination discourse. 5. The Republic of Bophuthatswana. Timeline of dissolution, March 1994. The history. Nominally independent from 1977 to 1994, Bophuthatswana was the most economically successful of the independent republics within southern Africa. It maintained its own parliament, a highly trained military force, the Bophuthatswana Defense Force, a judicial system, and issued its own passports. The outcome, in March 1994, amid popular protests and an internal military coup, the state apparatus completely collapsed. The territory was immediately reabsorbed into South Africa. The state infrastructure was dismantled, no external government in exile was ever organized, and the nation completely ceased to exist as a political entity, with zero modern discussions regarding its revival. Structural comparison of erasure. Country, entity, year of dissolution, core reason for total erasure. Current status, South Kasai, early 1970s. Complete military subjugation and provincial fracturing. Absorbed, no modern advocacy. Republic of Tet, mid-1970s. Rapid post-colonial centralization by Frelimo. Extinct political structure. Kella Hager, 1977. Formal state abolition of traditional sovereignty. Purely cultural, no political infrastructure. Venda, 1994. Voluntary structural dissolution and democratic merger. Fully integrated South African province. Bophuthatswana, 1994. Institutional collapse and immediate reabsorption. Fully integrated into South African state.
That is why Nigerian government is doing everything to put us on this level. And that is why when they see a man who trying to beat Nigerian government hands down with the kind of thing that the Nigerian government was doing to us through Simon Ekpa, they try everything humanly possible to remove him. And the Gullibles IPOB organization try to stand with the government. They stand with the government because why do I say they stand? Because they are the one who bear witness against our deputy, our prime Simon Ekpa. They are the one who bear witness against him. They know what they are doing because of the money. Because of what? The money that the government was being given to them is the only reason why they only care for the money, not for the betterment of the people and how Biafra will become a full nation. It's not even in their mind. Their mindset is, oh, let us grab this money. They knew that the government is trying to use them to stop the movement. They know it very well. That Nigerian government is trying to stop what we are doing. And they thought that Biafra is just a business. And look at, but when you are doing that, you are repeating this history of these 5 failed states from Africa. These 5 supposed to be a country in Africa. Check from 1960. And our own case is 1970. Those are said from the 1967 to 1970. To check from 1967 to 1999, how many years? That those like Somaliland, like Algeria, like many of them that was transitioned into exile. Our case is peculiar. Our case is different because we did not transition into a government in exile when we supposed to transition. And because of those that claim the IPOB don't know the road, what it means to transition. They don't know what is called government in exile. They don't know what is called declaration in IPOB organization. They never knew it. That is why a man who studied all this history, Simon Ekpa, comes on board and he changes the movement. Now, he studied why these failed states, why 5 failed. These 5 fell because of what? You had it. There was nothing like government in exile. There was nothing like what? Government in exile. And because of the lack of the government in exile they did not have, what happened? They become what? A failed state. And the state that they are under them start to prove to them, cage them. Now, you that is fighting, hey, you declare a country, you are in exile. When Mazdan Khan started, he was in exile. Every country that succeeded under oppressor, or these people that fell from Africa, this one fell, these 5, because of what? They did not transition. They did not form organized structure of a government in exile. 1, they did not issue declaration. Without declaration, nobody, UNO, can recognize you as a state. No country will recognize you. Because a criteria that leads recognition is 1, you must issue official declaration or redeclare of the old one. When you have done that, you will use your document to move to look for diplomatic recognition. This things works together. The same way you have your 2 hands, that all of them 5 watches 5, 5 watch 5. That is how they work. They work in line. You will not jump this one, think you can get this one. You will never live to form government in exile and issue declaration and the thing that you are doing protests and sending a human rights abuse, that will give you a country. You are deceiving yourself. That is IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu never prayed for the continuity of IPOB. He only prayed for the Republic of Biafra as a country. True or false? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu prayed for what? The Republic of Biafra as what? As a country. He said that he prayed the last miracle, the unnegotiable republic sovereignty of what? Biafra as a country, not IPOB as a country. I imagine when somebody in the group was saying that IPOB is a country. Imagine that. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who registered IPOB, was praying for the unnegotiable sovereignty of Republic of Biafra, and you are today telling me that Biafra is an organization, that IPOB is Biafra, is a country. That is why he said that the way we reason is why Biafra has never come. The way we reason is why we said our case is peculiar. The way we reason is why that we did not transition government in exile when others has transitioned. That is why. When you live the way you reason the other way around, then you will find out the truth. Whenever you live the way this way, you reason IPOB, and check around in the country where you are. How do they succeed? Have you implemented that? You don't believe the history of any country. Our case is so peculiar. A country where you are. Why do you repeat the history of looking for the same line that those who travel over 30 years travel to get documents of that country in the embassy, and once they go to interview, they traveled and remain there and be in that country? Do you not follow that procedure? That is history repeating in your own side. And that is also transition from where you live your country to another one. It's called transition. Now are you still using Nokia Touch? Are you still using that old Samsung and old Hello Moto? Are you still using them? All these things are transition. If the word is transition, why can't you transition? And the word transition into is what you are using in your hand. But when they ask you to transition, you refuse. When they ask you to move, you refuse. You remain in IPOB. If not from us, then they can. Don't worry, by tomorrow, I'm going to give you countries. The organization that fails because of the leader was in prison, they could not form government in exile because they're waiting for their leader. They failed. I'm going to give it to you. It's time to do every exposition. That thing you came about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he's the one who will bring Biafra. I will prove to you those in Africa who claim that it's not for this our leader, we don't want this country. They are not a country today. They are there. Their leader was died in prison. And those who in Africa that issued the declaration or redeclaration, the leader was released and become a prisoner for their country. And you are here, IPOB. At this 21st century. In IPOB at this time. IPOB was there, and today you are putting the blame on USB. You claim you're a country, that Fulani is taking our country. When you are IPOB, Fulani, is you not want to take the country? Since you are forming your IPOB, is you not when Fulani take over? You want others to come and clean your mess. And instead of you to hold on, take it and allow the person who knows how to clean your mess to clean up, you will do in your head as a human being. How about Shakwaga as IPOB organization? This name has affected all of you mentally because it's the name of a business. It's a business name. That's what you take it. The intention of Mazen Kanu is quite different from the intention of those who joined him. The intention of raising IPOB is to use it and bring us together so we can form government in exile and issue declaration. You don't know that? The intention of Mazen Kanu registering IPOB organization in UK is to use it to bring us together so we can march together to form government in exile and now transition and issue our redeclaration of our lost country. That is why he formed IPOB. Robert Obi formed Brigi, government in exile, for us to come together in there to have a structure, and we move to issue a redeclaration. He said that without this document of redeclaration, that what you are doing is making noise. So if you today is against our redeclaration, you are making noise. Anybody who is against our redeclaration, the word of Mazen Kanu is on his head. You are making noise. We that have the document is not making noise. We that has this document in our hand, we are not making noise. We stand with our document, and we are no longer on the street. We are no longer making noise. Now we are acting as a country that is waiting for recognition, whether I like it or not. The criteria is not being drawn by any of you, and how you reason, what you think. Have you think of the risk of after a peaceful declaration, you went back to go and knock woto? Have you think about it? I am asking you, have you think about after a redeclaration, you went back to start knocking woto? Have you for once think about that? And have you think of what it means when you said you issue a peaceful redeclaration? Have you think what it simply means? I'm asking you, have you? You just come and talk because you can talk. Now, you know, when Obi said that our people can no longer think straight, that we need to think for them. These are the things that happen in this movement that we are into. So for the last time, I am going to play the audio again. I'm going to play it again. Let me try if I can play it once again before we end the program for today. Hold on 1 minute. What is that? What is it? What is happening?
Focusing on this.
One minute. Well, let me refresh. Yeah, I think we have done the refreshing now. So if you are hearing me, please let me know. If you are hearing, please let me know, because we just refreshed. It refused to move. So let us see how we go. If your voice, if the audio is coming out, please let me know.
Focusing on the strict criteria, historical African territories or states from 1970 onward that were dissolved, absorbed, or collapsed, did not transition into functioning governments in exile, did not issue subsequent peaceful redeclarations, and have largely been sidelined in modern international discourse. There are specific, definitive examples. These cases represent entities whose distinct sovereign or administrative structures completely ceased to exist after their collapse. Here are 5 significant African examples from 1970 onward that fit this description. 1. The Republic of South Kasai, mining state of South Kasai, timeline of dissolution. Though its secession began in 1960, its final administrative and structural erasure was fully solidified in the early 1970s under Mobutu Sese Seko's centralization of Zaire. The history. Located in the heart of the Congo, South Kasai declared itself an autonomous mining state. It established a fully functional state framework, complete with its own constitution, flag, currency, the Kasai franc, and a state military. The outcome. After a brutal military reintegration by the Central Congolese Army, the region was entirely stripped of its administrative status and divided into smaller provinces. The leadership did not form an organized government in exile. No redeclaration was ever issued, and the entity has been almost completely omitted from modern international political discussions. 2. The Republic of Tet, Mozambique secessionist movement, timeline of dissolution, mid to late 1970s. The history. Following the collapse of Portuguese colonial rule in 1974-1975, local political factions and traditional structures in the resource-rich Tet province attempted to carve out a separate political administration, resisting the centralization of the Marxist Frelimo government. The outcome. The nascent administrative movement was swiftly crushed by Frelimo forces as they consolidated absolute control over Mozambique. The local leaders were integrated, jailed, or scattered. No formal external government or exiled structure was built, and the narrative of an independent Tet completely vanished from the African geopolitical map. 3. The Sultanate of Kela Hagar, Tuareg sovereign statehood, timeline of dissolution, formally terminated in 1977. The history. Located in the Sahara region spanning southern Algeria and northern Niger, the Kela Hagar was a historically recognized, self-governing Tuareg confederation that functioned with its own traditional legal code, leadership structure, and territory. The outcome. In 1977, the Algerian government officially abolished the administrative and political authority of the Sultanate, forcing total assimilation into the standard Algerian provincial system. Because it was a traditional monarchy and sovereign structure rather than a westernized political party, it did not transition into a modern government in exile. Today, it exists purely as a cultural memory, completely erased from regional governance frameworks. 4. The Republic of Venda. Timeline of dissolution, 1994. The history. Venda was declared a fully independent, sovereign republic in 1979 under the South African Bantustan system. It possessed all the physical structures of a 20th century state, a parliament, a standing national army, a civil registry, national passports, and a capital city, Thohoyado. Though unrecognized by the UN, it operated as a de facto separate country for 15 years. The outcome. During the 1994 transition to a democratic South Africa, Venda's sovereign structures were completely dissolved. Its army was integrated into the South African National Defense Force, and its territory was absorbed into the Limpopo province. Its political leadership chose complete reintegration rather than establishing an exile structure or pursuing subsequent declarations. It is entirely absent from contemporary self-determination discourse. 5. The Republic of Bophuthatswana. Timeline of dissolution, March 1994. The history. Nominally independent from 1977 to 1994, Bophuthatswana was the most economically successful of the independent republics within southern Africa. It maintained its own parliament, a highly trained military force, the Bophuthatswana Defense Force, a judicial system, and issued its own passports. The outcome. In March 1994, amid popular protests and an internal military coup, the state apparatus completely collapsed. The territory was immediately reabsorbed into South Africa. The state infrastructure was dismantled, no external government in exile was ever organized, and the nation completely ceased to exist as a political entity, with zero modern discussions regarding its revival. Structural comparison of erasure. Country, entity, year of dissolution, core reason for total erasure, current status, South Kasai, early 1970s, complete military subjugation and provincial fracturing, absorbed, no modern advocacy, Republic of Tet, mid-1970s, rapid post-colonial centralization by Frelimo, extinct political structure, Kela Hagar 1977, formal state abolition of traditional sovereignty, purely cultural, no political infrastructure, Venda 1994, voluntary structural dissolution and democratic merger, fully integrated South African province, Botswana 1994. Institutional collapse and immediate reabsorption. Fully integrated into South African state.
I hope you heard how the 5 countries fell woefully. Because of what? Refusing to do what? To transition and form an official government in exile. This is how these countries never make it today. They are not a country. So can you see that Nigerian government has a plan why they use IPOB organization trying to stop our peaceful redeclaration? Can you see the plan to make us to be what? A failed state, and you are supporting it. Any government in exile without official redeclaration, honestly, you are not for the people. You can hear it here clearly that into what we are doing today, that you will understand that we have what? Government in what? In exile. It's only through this government in exile is the only way. Is it clear to you why you must support USB redeclared at this stage that we are into? Why do we have to support USB? Is for us to have recognition. That is what we are lacking right now. Despite that, any other criteria for us to be a country, we as people of Biafra, we have overmade those criteria. But after we have issued a redeclaration, we have to wait. The world has something to say, and they will do their thing. That is why I am here to give you a message of reminder. That's why I said this is redemption of reminder. I know that people might feel somehow about it, but like I said, this is only what I can do. I don't believe in what anybody said, and I don't like to analyze my fellow human being because is what he thinks is what he's doing. I want to do a different how the world and how every other country do their own. Let us play this audio. Let's play this audio of what am I going to play? Listen to this. The risk when a leader who is fighting to get freedom to his people was arrested and put in prison, and his people refused to transition into exile, refused to issue peaceful redeclaration in this 21st century. What is the risk? The IPOB, call them, tell them, come. Listen to this. The risk of all this rubbish they are doing.
The liberation movement chooses not to transition into an organized government in exile and does not issue a formal, peaceful redeclaration after their leader is imprisoned. It creates a highly dangerous vacuum. In the 21st century, relying solely on a single leader without building external, digital, or administrative institutions carries catastrophic risks for the survival of the movement. Here are the primary risks that people face under these specific conditions. 1. Institutional decapitation and the vacuum effect. In the 21st century, modern states use a strategy called decapitation, arresting the top leader to paralyze the entire movement.
Are you hearing it?
The risk,
arresting
no
the top leader to paralyze the movement. Arresting the top leader to do what? To stop the movement. And the IPOB, how far now? If not that Chukwu Okabiam mandated that this Biafra will be a nation, IPOB have done everything to destroy Biafra in the ears of the world.
Structure or clear succession plan, like an active government in exile, the movement immediately fractures. Without an institutional framework to issue official statements, different factions will claim to speak for the leader. This leads to internal infighting.
Without a structure, effective government in exile, different individuals will claim that they are fighting for the leader. Like all these Okoko in Finland, who First Slaves Unite, a man who does not have a face is telling you the capacity and the rules of a court in Finland. Hey, listen where the history is coming from and how this uses what they are doing. That's why I told you that what the movement we are into, that every down history is repeating, and every history we repeat for us to set a new history in the world. A man who never traveled, who nobody know where he is telling you how that is those that organize the protest is one that will choose who enter the courtroom, as if they are the one, they are the chief judge, they are the Finland government who controls their court.
The eventual collapse of the movement's unified voice. 2. Complete narrative loss and state branding. Without a formal diplomatic presence or an official external body to publish updates, the state that arrested the leader controls the narrative entirely.
Are you hearing it?
The risk.
Nigeria
the
trying to
government will
control
use
the
its state media
with
and
these guys in
diplomatic weight
Finland
to brand the leader and the movement as criminals, insurgents, or terrorists. In the 21st century, international law and foreign governments rely on official documentation. If the movement fails to issue formal, peaceful redeclarations or legal briefs, the international community will simply accept the detaining state's version of history, and the cause will be forgotten. 3. Political extinction. The out of sight, out of mind rule. Global politics in the 2020s moves at an incredibly fast pace. Attention spans are short, and international bodies, like the UN, or ACHPR, only respond to active, formal engagement. The risk. If a leader is jailed and the people do not build an external governance apparatus to keep the struggle alive, the international community will treat the issue as a closed domestic legal matter. Over the span of a few years, diplomats stop talking about the leader, the media stops reporting, and the movement risks joining the ranks of forgotten historical entities that simply faded away. 4. Exposure to infiltration and subversion. A movement that is not institutionalized is highly vulnerable to espionage and sabotage. The risk. When there is no official cabinet, no official gazette, and no verified chain of command operating safely outside the host state's reach, the detaining state can easily plant double agents. These agents can issue fake instructions, claim they are acting on behalf of the imprisoned leader, and steer the movement into traps or compromised positions that ruin its domestic and international credibility. 5. Loss of diplomatic and legal standing. International law, specifically instruments like the Montevideo Convention, requires an entity to show the capacity to govern and enter into relations with other states. The risk. A jailed leader cannot sign treaties, submit legal briefs to international courts, or meet with foreign diplomats. If the people refuse to build an external administrative structure to execute these functions, the movement effectively loses its legal standing. It reduces a grand struggle for self-determination down to a localized protest, making it legally impossible for sympathetic foreign nations to offer formal diplomatic support. The 21st century reality. A leader can be locked behind concrete walls, but institutions, digital registries, and formal declarations cannot be imprisoned. Movements that survive the imprisonment of their leadership are those that separate the person from the machinery of statehood, ensuring the administration of the cause continues uninterrupted on the global stage.
I hope you have seen the risk. And you had it here that a leader in prison can never be in prison and submit document for recognition. You know, our people, with what we are doing and what we are thinking that this is how, when you turn it to the standard, you find out that we are backward. That is why Africa country is in darkness. We don't think beyond our imagination. We always think on that curriculum where we are. And whatever we act on that the same level of who we are. And when we are doing it, we will think we know it all. Why the world laughing at? Look at this one. You don't know anything and you claim you know it all. You see how it happens, the risk. And when a leader is in prison, that the next thing, once he's fighting for a nation, is for those in outside to form a very structured government in exile, not to form IPOB nation structure. IPOB is not a government in exile. IPOB is not a structure of government in exile. It's a structure of a political pressure movement. It's just an organization. It's just a group. And look, the world, the world or the international community use the word words. They use a government in exile as their language. Are they using organization? The only use organization, then they will tell you that the only thing you have to do that you must transition into a government in a proper government in exile that can represent the leader, be given a vital information that will not allow the country that arrests the leader to control the movement. And the IPOB has been controlled by the Nigerian government. Is it not true? IPOB is being controlled by Nigeria government. They are the one telling IP what they want to do. They are the one, the ESM they claim that they are parading today was one they sold to Soludo and all the eastern region. They sold to Nigeria government. I will play it more once again. So listen again. To be very terrified and very clear in your mind.
The liberation movement chooses not to transition into an organized government in exile and does not issue a formal, peaceful redeclaration after their leader is imprisoned. It creates a highly dangerous vacuum. In the 21st century, relying solely on a single leader without building external, digital, or administrative institutions carries catastrophic risks for the survival of the movement.
Are you hearing it? When you are claiming that you are fighting for a new country, you must build an internal digital administrative structure that carries the catastrophe, that carries the movement, in fact, that the movement, these are digital, not mouth, not organization, like what USB is doing right now. What USB is doing right now is how Biafra will survive and how we become a nation, that's recognition. That is what USB is doing. A government in exile, you had it here, that when your leader is being arrested, you need to transition into a government in exile. You need to form your government in exile officially. You need to issue declaration of what he's fighting for.
Here are the primary risks that people face under these specific conditions. 1. Institutional decapitation and the vacuum effect. In the 21st century, modern states use a strategy called decapitation, arresting the top leader to paralyze the entire movement.
Are you hearing the word? That's why I said, after this declaration, Biafra we are looking for is beyond the Orama. It's beyond the Go 247. It's beyond all these people that can concoct story and come and tell you. And people never know how Nigeria is going to do this movement. Is by such people. That is what we are discussing. That is what we are listening to. This is how Nigeria controls the movement. Which lie are you debunking that had never been debunked before? Are you a baby? You don't know your left from your right? No matter what you do, we cannot achieve Biafra without having a division. We cannot achieve Biafra without all these individuals and all these organizations and all these groups we are facing today. We can never achieve Biafra without having all these things around us. I ask you, this peace or this thing you want to debunk life, but people know the truth, in between you and your people, are you in peace with them? Yes, the risk is that the people don't think. In the IP, they don't think. When your leader is arrested, instead of you to do quickly and issue a declaration of that state to give him a legal international right. You know, in our former IPOB, leadership. The leader in danger. You are risking the leader.
Risk. If there is no external administrative structure or clear succession plan, like an active government in exile.
And you had it here. In this 21st century, the modern state, Nigeria state, use a strategies of what? They want to demoralize what we are doing. Arresting the leader to paralyze the entire movement. That is why China Sanwo-Olu told Biafran people and Chike Edozie that if Nigerian government could have that 3 months that Biafra will move away, this at home will stop, everybody will go back and what they are doing? Do you see the strategy? You don't know how to prioritize the movement. Now, they bring a new leader of the OS. Is to do what? That idea is Nigeria idea, controlling the movement of Biafra. Thought they can do it. All they decide to do is to delay and to put what they call divide and rule. And you allow yourself to be in divide because you don't know what it takes to achieve Biafra as a country. And it's not on our own locality thinking. Man, I can say it openly. That why Biafra has never come is because of how you reason as a black man brain is why. When we go beyond that, like Obato Biafra never come, go beyond black man reasoning by is only one who understands the words of Mazen and the Khan by government in exile. And they form it. Immediately you form, next is to issue the declaration of a lost country. If it is a new one, you issue a declaration of the new one. This is how every other country in this world achieved their own. This is how every other country in this world focused with their government. Imagine the risk. Imagine the plan. Imagine the intention of arresting the leader is to do what? To paralyze the movement, to stop the movement from moving. And the IPOB is there, supporting Nigeria, doing Nigeria dancing. Nigeria is controlling. And those who said, if not for us, let Biafra never come. And that is what you want me to analyze for you. Sorry.
The movement immediately fractures. Without an institutional framework to issue official statements, different factions will claim to speak for the leader. This leads to internal infighting, confusion, and the eventual collapse of the movement's unified voice. 2.
Is it not what we're passing through today? There is, if there is no external administrative structure or a clear successor plan, like an active government in exile, IPOB, are you active government? Are you in exile? You're in diaspora. Do you form government in exile? The answer is no. You are a structure of organization. The movement immediately frustrated without an institutional framework to issue official statement. A different factors will claim to speak for the leader. After our peaceful declaration, anybody claiming fighting for all of them are fake and criminal, being introduced and being controlled by Nigerian government. Look at the risk. You must issue official statements. Official statement is what? A word. The redeclaration of the country he's fighting before he was kidnapped or arrested, like Simon Anjouan. Those are the best. Thank you so much. Thank you. Because it's not for you. I don't know if Abatobi will still be alive today. Because Nigeria was starting to buy Abatobi by all possible means. But our DPM served Mazen Nankan and served Simon Anjouan because he understands this particular international risk and the level we're supposed to take once he was being arrested or being kidnapped. This is what IPOB could have done in 2015. And by now, if you come from 2015 to 2026, how many years? One country or two or three could organize us by now. We were looking at a way to ask Nigeria, pack it and leave. That is the pure truth. That is the bitter truth. Let's continue. The leader to internal infighting. Sorry, this lead to internal infighting. The world know that there will be an internal infighting after any leader who is fighting to replace his people was arrested, there will be what? An internal infighting. What we are having today is what? Internal infighting that can never stop USB to achieve recognition. Once they are on the right track, once they are maintaining the international global community standard, nobody will stop us. Confusion will Gademapa, and the eventually collapse of the movement on unified voice. Today, what we have, if not for USB, you have ununified voices everywhere. In the IPOB, in the CRC, in the BGC, in the Nka, Nandi, all this we're hearing today. That was the intention of Nigeria to arrest, to kidnap Mazen Nandekano. That was the intention of Nigeria to arrest Obato Obie, for us to not have a unified voice. The unified voice we have today is the United States of Biafra voice, leading by Dr. Ngozi Orabreze. There is no other voice anywhere again. Number 2.
Complete narrative loss and state branding. Without a formal diplomatic presence or an official external body to publish updates, the state that arrested the leader controls the narrative entirely.
Are you hearing it? I hope you're listening. Complete narrative of loose and state binding without a formal diplomatic presence of official internal body to push updates. The state that arrested the leader controls the narrative entirely. That is what Nigeria is doing today by giving you, IPOB, I've divided into 2. You start broadcasting about it. Tell yourself truth. Hey, you go 247. 1 week, 2 weeks. Hey, 5 months. That is the control. Instead of you to put things in, instead of us to put things in order to USB declared, we are narrating those that the struggle is bigger than. And that is how we bring ourselves down. When they said, Anna brought to it up, and I brought to it down. That is just it. This bitter truth is what I'm telling you. This is a pure bitter truth, is what I'm telling you. The state that arrested the leader controls the narrative entirely. Look at it today, what we are doing today. Is it not from what we are doing is from Radio Ramma to Nneka Chimezie, from Nneka Chimezie to Uchechi Okwu-Kanu, from Uchechi Okwu-Kanu to this one, to Go 247. From Go 247, we come back to preach IPOB DOS. From there, we come back to Osoji. That's what we are preaching. That is what they are doing. That is what we focus on our strength on it. But the real deal, we forget about it. The real deal, we forgot about it. Nigerian government is controlling the movement. Seriously. If not for our DPM and cabinet members, if not for USB declared, we have all gone. Remember the risk. Now, the risk. The retained government will use its state media and diplomatic weight to brand the leader and to bend the leader and the movement as a criminal, insurgency, or terrorist. You see, what are they doing today? It's not what they are calling this movement of Biafra. But after we have already declared, have used to mention it? No, because that is an illegal. If anybody tag USB, any nonsense coming from Nigerian government direct, and they need the Nigerian government to mention USB, the decision has come automatically. That is why they run away from it. Because their advertisers tell them, stay away, don't mention it. In the 21st century, international law and foreign government really unofficial documentation. They base on official documentation, international law. What is the official documentation? The declaration is only way to trigger the war. This our leader did not do anything. He's only fighting for us under self-determination. Amy, I see you. Thank you so much. And they will charge you what? Criminals, insurgents, or terrorists. Isn't that what they have been charging? That is all they can do, nothing more than that. And listen to this. If the movement fails to issue a formal peaceful redeclaration, if the movement fail to issue a formal peaceful declaration or a legal brief, the international community will simply accept the detailed state version of the history, and the cause will be forgotten. Will be what? You see why we issue declaration. Without issue this peaceful declaration, Obatobie by now, Finland will use everything the government give to them. Because that's, without declaration, the legal right or the diplomatic level for us to grip and tell them no. And why all the information outside is not there? Because of we have issued a declaration. That is why we have that legal right at this time to face Finland squarely. The risk is what you need to think first before any other thing. The risk is much. The risk is so deep. And our people are not listening. Our people are not focusing on this risk. Yes, they refuse to give him slot because giving Simon Ekpa slot will prove why Mazi Kanu is being kidnapped and the world will know the truth. The same way this Ifan in Finland is blocking and the Tiomo Okoma, Rubin Nadi, all of them today, Mama Duab, blocking Mazi Simon, but trying to get the re-information to the re-Biafrans. You see the narrative that what happened in DOS is what these people are repeating today. You have to connect the dots. They want the case to be forgotten because they know that if they give Simon Ekpa one slot, that Biafra will be on top of the war and nobody will stop the movement and nobody will do about Mazi Kanu. By now, he would have been released. The Simon Ekpa, pardon the door Biafra, because the world will know every truth. You see, today they are blocking USB going to see Obatobie. What can you think about that? It's a time to put everything together as we are connecting the dots.
The risk. The detaining government will use its state media and diplomatic weight to brand the leader in the movement as criminals, insurgents, or terrorists.
Is it not what Nigeria used to brand Obatobie? Nelo Obatobie. Is not what Nigeria used for Mazi Kanu? Look at it happening here. That is why I said things that is holding Biafra is in the paper. It's no video of me. It's no video of all these inconsequentials. These are the things that you can copy. And we're going to office and say, look at what we are doing. You know this. So don't listen to those leaders.
In the 21st century, international law and foreign governments rely on official documentation. If the movement fails to issue formal, peaceful redeclarations or legal briefs, the international community will simply accept the detaining state's version of history, and
that is what Finland did to us. Accepting what Nigeria gave to them.
The out of sight, out of mind rule. Global politics in the 2020s moves at an incredibly fast pace. Attention spans are short, and international bodies like the UN, or ACHPR only respond to active, formal engagement. The risk. If a leader is jailed and the people do not build an external governance apparatus to keep the struggle alive, the international community
if they do not build
issue
a government apparatus to keep the movement alive, you need, that is what is only USB that keeps the Biafra movement alive. That is why we are seeking for recognition. I hope you are, when I play, you are connecting it within yourself. Because I believe this English don't need more explanation. But I am doing it to go to any layman understanding. I am only doing this for this to get to any layman understanding. So for you to know, if you are supporting these people and you are supporting Nigeria to send to buy Mazi Kanu, if you are supporting Imam Maduabu, Ogenkere, Peti, and all these people, you are supporting Nigeria to do what? To get Obatobie in prison. It's only you. That's why our DPM said, I am only the one to free Mazi Kanu. Through what? Through the detail and achievement of USB. Once we be a state of recognition, they all come out like every other countries in the past.
as a closed domestic legal matter. Over the span of a few years, diplomats stop talking about the leader, the media stops reporting, and the movement risks joining the ranks of forgotten historical entities that simply faded away.
Listen carefully.
4. Exposure to infiltration and subversion. A movement that is not institutionalized is highly vulnerable to espionage and sabotage. The risk, when there is no official cabinet, no official gazette, and no verified chain of command operating safely outside the host state's reach, the detaining state can easily plant double agents. These agents can issue fake instructions, claim they are acting on behalf of the imprisoned leader, and steer the movement.
This is how this is how First Let's Unite is giving a fake news, claiming they are fighting for Obatobie. A man without no face is telling you how Finland court is being handled and what is going on in Finland. A man who has never come out openly, you see him in Lagos State or in Biafra land, is the one. Look at everything that they are doing has happened somewhere before.
And steer the movement into traps or compromised positions that ruin its domestic and international credibility. 5. Loss of diplomatic and legal standing. International law, specifically instruments like the Montevideo Convention, requires an entity to show the capacity to govern and enter into relations with other states. The risk: a jailed leader cannot sign treaties, submit legal goods.
I hope you look at it. He cannot sign because
if the people refuse to
anything he said in
build an
prison
administrative structure to execute these functions, the movement effectively loses its legal standing.
Are you hearing it?
It reduces a
if they accept anything from that leader, they are reducing their legal status in the eyes of the international community. That is why USB said we are not accepting any advice or any order from someone who is in prison, because that is what the world we use to do what? That is what they use to deceive people and to put that he's the one in charge of the trouble, and you are making it to be real. Please, I urge you to like. If you want to like, you like. If you want to share, you can share.
For self-determination down to a localized protest, making it legally impossible for sympathetic foreign nations to offer formal diplomatic support. The 21st century reality: a leader can be locked behind concrete walls, but institutions, digital registries, and formal declarations cannot be imprisoned.
Are you hearing it?
Movements that
a leader can be in prison, it can be locked, but a digital movement, our ID and everything USB is doing, cannot be locked. They said it here that a re-declaration can never be locked. A re-declaration can never be in prison. Mokoko, think beyond what you are doing.
Movements that survive the imprisonment of their leadership are those that separate the person from the machinery of statehood, ensuring the administration of the cause continues uninterrupted on the global stage.
I hope you listen to the program. And that is what I have for you today. What I want to do now is to play from the beginning to the end. I have spent more than 3 hours, which is my time is up. After playing it, then I will end the program. Remember where we started and our headline today. Remember it clearly. Countries that fell after they have been suppressed by the nearest country want to take over their territory. And because of they refuse to transition government in exile and issue declaration, they all face state today. So let's go into this. So I have refreshed you. You need to refresh again. Please, 1 minute. Let me refresh it again because the network is good. Let me say it's bad. So to see what is happening. Oh my God. Network, this one a pure network. But we must conquer it. We must conquer this attack from the network here and there. Yes, you can call if you want to make a phone call. Yes. Amy, you can call. You can call through WhatsApp. So far the link will not allow you to enter, you can make a phone call. Why? I'm refreshing and it's not playing. Sometimes the network will be crazy. Amy, if you want to call, you can call. Nah, this network now what for you? Network refused to move. But now we there here. Network. Amy, if you wanna call, you can call us. Network is really, really bad. So, my people, you can see that there is nothing to be hide under this planet anymore. That everything that we are doing today, or whatever that is happened to us today, has happened to people. And those things never stop them. They still proceed. All of them today are still what? Countries. That is why you will know that what we are doing is the way that Chukwuka be and that Biafra should be a country. If it is by human being, honestly, we are not going to be here. Biafra has been a forgotten story. Like all of them plan that Biafra should be a forgotten story. But they are not Chukwuka. With what we are passing through, you understand that Chukwuka really wants Biafra to be a country. That is why we are here today, still talking, still raising our voice, still letting you to know those things that are missing in this moment that we are into. So that is why for me, I don't panic, because I know that my government is doing the right thing, and that is the only way I can go back to homeland. Honestly, you don't understand how we feel until this recognition now come. As we know, the recognition is knocking on the door seriously. You see our recognition is going to check the world, and for enemies, they will jump inside lagoon because of their action. They will jump inside lagoon. But for them not to do that is why we are bringing all this message. If you repent today, the earlier the better for you, but the time is moving speedily. There is nothing anyone can do to stop this movement where we are right now. We are on the last part of the movement. So anybody telling you otherwise, anything that is not coming from you as really declared, that thing is not real. I said what? Anything that you are not hearing from you as really declared, I am telling you that that particular thing is not real and it's not going to hold water. Amy, I'm waiting for you in case you want to call me. I don't know, because I'm running up because of my time. I already spent my maximum 3 hours, something minutes already. Amy, are you calling now or later? Because I want to know what to do next. I'm on program. I am on program. I'll call you back later. So, Amy, I don't know whether you can hear me. Honestly, I want to end the program, but I'm only waiting for you to call. Are you calling now or later? If it is later, tell me no. If it is now, you can call now. You can see, my people, that USB, we trying to end what end other countries in Africa. And today, the USB declared has ended it all. So nobody will come to attack us anymore. Yeah, Amy is calling. Let's hear Amy's voice. Yes, Amy, good afternoon from here.
From here.
Yes. We are on live program, rounding up.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mazi.
Thank you for calling.
And I appreciate your good job. And for my, I want to tell my DPN, if you are listening to this Read Biafra TV program, I want you to be, please, to be sharing this message that Read Biafra TV is doing in your media handle every time, so that you can educate Biafra about this declaration, because this our brother is doing a very great job to Biafras, which I am appealing to our DPN, please, you should be sharing this Read Biafra TV program. Messaging in our Ruku. Isike ọnọrụ nwanne m nwoke. Isike n'ọrụ. Ihe na ọnọbụ ị na-asachasị isi ndị ụmụnne ebe ụmụ Biafra isi ka ha nwee ike ghọta the meaning of this our declaration in Latin Finland of December 29, November 29.
Yeah, 2024. Yes.
Nwanne nwoke ị na-arụsi ọrụ ike. Before all of this, your program can away motivate them and yeah. Chineke, in our all Diego. And the only was on Diego, Basara, your talking at phone. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, John comes use to our able lawyer. And about Mr. Lawyer Jimako. Mr. Lawyer Jimako in our question, and which we appreciate your good job, and this is here we see from you since I'm making this opportunity now. You Barrister Lawyer Jimanko, you can get your man maybe or money near and the Afoma Biafra see Tiridin Sigi. You can get maybe Biafra because these people you see, so they are not real. They may come to pretend that they love you and they are doing something good. You may follow them. Last, I'm funny neta. Abriel Lali. Emmanuel result to Togi. This Mosi Anu for India Syria was Prime Minister, our leader. Sees everybody fall back to Kenya, to IPOB. For me, I did not see any truth from that message, because that message brought real. Because if that message comes from real, when the guy gets to a phone here, carry men at that place. Now this sincere harm here, but this is that memo. But we are happy because we saw those criminals and China Samoro and also. But not only China Samoro, some people that work with China Samoro, all of them is in that same IPOB leadership. Powerful. They said him powerful. Need the memo every time. All of them cannot the same media for. Send those people that feel like also na Kiana body my brother 2000 teeth and about Kiana about
yeah.
Come out for one. Yes, and then India put up this boy put out in a preach. Now when you open na Kiana where the autopilot na breathe. They should come back. Care for this boy we never one day to ask for apology, you see our Prime Minister. And they give, if you don't know John, that United States of Biafra. If you don't know John, that name. If I watch here, how could you go in a hagi? Can you hear what autopilot? Who is autopilot? Can you feel my autopilot or where my autopilot? Can you feel also that United States of Biafra, that USB? Can you feel also to tell you that they are working with somebody? And the Banana, Canon, that guy is not real. Aposequa, I'm our leader, Belaga, if you cannot this cannot add real. I'm telling you the truth. Cannot add real. If cannot add the real, but I hear good leadership. What Jesse said to this, the only see her no has in HDOS. All cannot away in Yawan H. Yawan a meaning and the Yawan a queen and the good. Yawan a general the whole programs near them. Or Yawan a deal with that place. To tell you that no Yawan a rule with that place. All Yawan but the head of the Kaba in that HDOS and 88 people. So I am not on a million. If this United States of Africa declare, we must hold it tight. Our Prime Minister Simon Embapata, they never believe on him. They call him so many names, but last they come back and impress him. Our people will later come back and impress him with food force. What he had hatching this week, and they already have. The last thing could happen if this memo had the DOS. Few days or few months coming, you will see how God will expose all those people. And why I tell you God will expose them, the whole people that are going there, they are corrupt.
Exactly.
The whole people going there, they are corrupt. And tomorrow we will hear the real thing that happened in that place. And that's the only thing they now. All the whole people going there, Russian going there, all of them are corrupt. They are not real. They all are fake. Fake agitation, fake agitators, and tomorrow you will see all of them will use. All of them will expose themselves. Let us just start looking there. I want to tell everybody, you must hold this our United States of Biafra. If they will talk also in all the next 5 years, no problem. But our leader something like Nigerian government released that they hate already. That's what they support. Only what you want to tell them was give him from that in Nigeria. This thing. The only people that's doing this thing, Nigeria don't have strength to hold Mazen and Kano. It's United Kingdom that hold Mazen and Kano, and which our
our Igbo brothers.
And our Igbo brothers have United Kingdom. They use them. They walk the walk. You understand? The main people that hold Mazen and Kano, who did our Igbo brothers here? Our Igbo brothers. India, and here for Hannah Segi, come back to IPOB, make I tell you the secret, waiting there. All the Obi can have his job after that, before her, we can pay 57 election. All will be going up, let us unite, get a job presidency from P2B. Why I came from Hatching in my Igbo Congress worldwide. All of them have settled down. How am I going to have the number? So, okay, United IPOB. United IPOB, Kendra, we were talking to Madu. We have photo for. We know how much the president to be. One year, you may have to do a release and anti-column. Those fake promises. You can go. If I'm not checking if we show the self-card sincere to do something into Igbo and P2B.
I don't talk about it because all those things is time wasted. We have gone beyond them. The only thing I know that the plan of Nigeria is exactly why these 5 countries fell in Africa is a plan. Removing Mazen and the Kano to stop the movement. Removing Simon Epa that nobody should declare Biafra. I have gone beyond it. That's why I don't give my strength to talk about this people because I have understand with my research and my things I find out where we are. Nobody can stop where we are again. Because what makes these 5 states fail is where we are. Simple as ABCD. Yes, so.
Freedom of our leader. IPOB, Nigerian government, they prescribe IPOB as a terrorist. They can use it to do our leader anything actually, which America cannot go do anything. It's only these documents of the United States of Biafra that will make our leader to come out for people international will hear from him, which that is what is happening now. But they cannot come out outside and tell you what is happening. You understand?
Yeah.
So thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give to my solution, God. Please, Maz, please unmute and have the mic. Thank you so much for coming. Maz, thank you.
Yeah, Maz, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Go on. We are hearing you.
Our brother who had spoken now, I want to say something, because Maz, we have had enough. I want to say this to the attention of everybody. The present IPOB constituted, it was not done by Maz Nnamdi Kanu. It was done by
Nigeria movement.
Yes, it was done by Kanu Kanu, Alayejima called them, and Avis. You know, Avis is Adisibo American descent. Yeah, they people championing for better Nigeria. And we are not championing for any better Nigeria, because we have gone home. United States of Biafra, we have gone home, so we don't care about. That is why the interview we had with Mark Arnold, it was talking trash. How we are not being heard. I challenged them. I said, "What are you talking about? Our documents are making waves all over the world. We must not be heard in this before. America have never given anybody recognition as long as record is concerned. Even
life
when
and direct now, we are here.
Yes, even you have told us this. Even when they declared, it was Morocco, an African nation, that recognized them. I would never had any country that America recognize them. Their Congress garbage is worthless for any recognition.
Money is a mere political movement of Washington DC. That is why I played 15 countries in Africa that bypass Washington DC today. They get recognition after weeks of their declaration. They bypass lobby. They bypass congressmen. All those things is just politics. Nothing.
Yes. Mark Arnold. Actually, we have educated him yesterday. They said you are busy, you are working. Mark Arnold is only listening to one side. And that the Sokoto garbage, they are trying to even put Maz Nnamdi Kanu in trouble. Because those people brandishing guns online talking about Nnamdi Kanu, they are going to make it difficult for him. There is no more ESN. There is no more ESN. That is why they are using to indict him. ESN did this. ESN did this. ESN did this.
That is why they declare IP because of IPOB. Because of ESN is why they declare IPOB organization.
Yes. Why is our people not learning nothing? These people that came out now begin to shout everywhere, ESN, we are ESN, ESN, BLA, this and that. Nnamdi Kanu is not a violent person. They should stop all this madness. Ohamadike is not a violent person. There is no ESN. Soludo told us. Chike doesn't told us how he handled ESN to Soludo. When will our people land?
That is why I run away from Nigeria.
Yes, he told us. Why is our people doing this? Why are they doing this to Hamadike worldwide? Hamadike cannot be in prison. Hannah Panarant, when Nelson Mandela was in prison for 27 years, did he speak to anybody? Did he create any organization? Did he give any command?
When I am in one WhatsApp group today, when I said, that Biafran case is so peculiar, it's so different from others. Nothing make it different. Look at what I'm showing to you. What was the difference between all these things that happen? It's because of we are not on the right track since over all these years. We are on this track of these people, 5 African countries fails because of what? When their leader was being captured, they refused to transition into a government in exile. They did not issue official declare or declaration of their country. That is why this 5 was closed down in Africa. That is how IPO was piloting us. Our case is about nothing different from our case from other people. The difference is that, check very well, when Namibia transitioned into exile in 1960, now check, when Madagascar transitioned into exile in 1978, then from 1978 to 1990, they're going to become a country. If since 1967 to 1970 that we are in exile and be protecting the affairs of Biafra, by now, from the time of the 1990, they organized many countries, then we could have one of them. That is what happened to us.
Yes. So, you see today, like when I went to Finland to see Govt Gie, I say Raphael yesterday, whatever they call that garbage guy. Ranting is now fighting Okoma and the husband. This is the same Bryson and Chomo Okoma that when I went to Finland, the Baffa United sending message that they're calling to one lawyer is calling a lot of money, and they were telling Govt Gie, the guy Govt Gie said, okay, he will call. Now, Raphael have come to expose them. I don't know when our people will learn. Let me tell you, if our people does not, I know what they are doing is Nigeria send them. They want to find a way to give Hamadike a death sentence. I am telling you, this is what they are planning. This is what they are planning.
They are giving Nigeria a room to do that.
Why now? Why now? After all these years, why now? When this man have been given a life sentence and they're trying to turn it to death sentence, these people calling themselves ESN, and where are they coming? Can they not stay silent and go and fight Fulani in the bush? Why using Nandi Kanu Bikona? What kind of thing is all this? This is the same thing they are doing in Finland. This is the same thing they are doing in Finland. You can't see Govt Gie, you can't see him. We own him. If you can never see him, only one day, these people up to now, I don't believe they know what they're doing, or if they know what they're doing, they are sent.
No. Are you not here when I played the risk of when a leader was in prison and the people refused to adhere to declaration and maintain it and function? That they risk that they are allowing Nigeria, the state who arrested the leader, to control the narrative of the lies. Now, the Nigerian government will use what IPOB and all this ESN, BLA, and what all this nonsense to control the movement of the international community to sentence. That is just it.
Because this one that Tinubu is trying to find his way to Washington. This is when he goes down now. This will enable him to go with this video. So do you see it? This is the man they want me to release. Look at his man. Look at his man. Now, I don't know, Mazi. I want to use this medium to warn a lawyer, Jumako Kanu Takano and Co. They should desist from this madness, because they are going to give Hamadike death sentence if they did not stop their nonsense with Avis. This is the same thing they do to Nnamdi Kanu when he went to America.
Let me tell you something. On Sunday, I was having free time, so I dived into S on a program about the veterans in America.
Yes.
I talked for a while. Our brother James was there. There is 2 people who was there. They give me time. Do you know what they tell me? They will tell me that there is no avid, there is no veteran who will give us Biafra as a country. Not there possible. Now, fair when that's right. Now, fair when the veterans of America was on that. They said Igbo veteran in America does not have right to present Biafra as a country.
Yeah.
And we should focus on what we have to do to get our recognition. That is not in the hand of any veteran or any AVID or any DVD.
I know, yes, I know that is not within their power, but the thing is, they are deceiving the gullibles, like Mike Landlord, that we say what we are doing. Avis is looking for better Nigeria. This is the same thing the World Igbo Congress did to Ohamadike when he went to America. They supported, they want to support. The moment Obi came in, they now abandon Ohamadike and begin to support Obi. So that is nothing like ESN. I don't know why people are doing this to Ohamadike, to Nnamdi Kanu, somebody that was given life in jail. Why is people going to use his name to do all this, for crying out loud? Nigeria can buy anybody to use it to make a point. They did it in Imo State. They gunned down a prominent APC man in Imo State. They said it's ESN. They acquired the DSS operative doing enforcing sit at home without knowing. I don't know what I'm doing. I am using this your medium again. It is only one government, which is United States of Biafran government. Makanu Takano, Avis go, all of them should fall to United States. Why we are saying all this is, if US get recognition, one, there is no forgiveness. People, we are not messing. We don't care if you like have the whole, if you like be Philip Emeagwali. If you are not supporting us now, when we get recognition, it will be difficult to wow, because this is the thing is pissing me off every day. What is all this? How can somebody somebody life jail? Every do ne we na gari everywhere. Ne abrandish everybody chiche. Na si Ohamadike. Omonyo no, did this send you people? I'm not asking a new IPOB. This is Kanu Takano trying to get to former DOS. This is their war. They should not take Nnamdi Kanu out of it. Biafra have already declared, and Ohamadike is aware. He's not saying anything about it because or not in position to say anything about it.
Yes, he's not.
He's not in position to say anything about it. He's aware. People should do their thing and leave Ohamadike alone. He's not the leader of Indian everywhere. He's not their leader. The new so-called IPOB is constituted by Aloy Jumako, Avis, and Kanu Takan, but they're all working together. But they're trying to get at a first group of DOS. That is what is playing out here. Even Simon Obato Bieon, Breast no coma, they are working with the man that, as I'm talking to now, they have fell out with him. Van Vam is fighting them now, tooth and nail. So I want to say this to these people that are in Finland, that are for supporting Breast no coma. They have seen it now, supporting Van now. There is no more Breast no coma and Professor Okoma. They are falling out with the Imam Madhabu group. They are falling off. Vam is fighting them now very bad. I hope people in Finland are listening. But I came to Finland to show about it, but they try to make it as if I came back, I'm lying, I'm doing this. I cannot come to lie to no one. It is only United States of Biafran government. And since this you are teaching, I have relaxed my mind that anything that happens, even if Ohamadike come, try to brandish IPOB, even if Obato come and try to say, okay, it's a brig. The only thing they will recognize in the world is that peaceful declaration. Peaceful declaration. And I know Obato will not go straight that part.
He said until we declare, he said he's waiting for recognition.
I know, I'm just saying. I know, my brother, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Because everybody has to fall in line. And if you don't fall in line, no Batobie comes out, take the man to back, begin to run with a USB. How he will now convince us to accept most of these people. No, I don't know how that will work. I do not know how that will work. I don't know what they will tell us or what they will do to us to accept these people causing this damage to us. I don't know what Obatobi is going to say to us.
Obatobi, Simon Ebanjoko, we already know what he said. Without this Biafra being redeclared and documented that we are making noise. So when he comes,
he said it. He said it. So he said it. Then has that not been done? It has been done. So why is people doing something else? Why? Why can, even if you don't want to fight along with Dr. Rabeze and USB, you just stay. You know, go to Obatobi first. Must you stand your hand? Must you stand your name? Must you go this route? Must you criminalize yourself until Obatobi comes out? Why will you want to do that? If not these people say Ogenkere is better than them, because Ogenkere took his stand. He owns his own government now. But all these people know Obatobi, what they are causing, this man is better than them, because all Potrasi, Naya was the only issue. Imam Madhabu elect may enroll as prime minister. He ran with it. Now he's not talking to anybody. But India now can project Obatobi, Brass no comma, because I was in Finland when they said that he made the link of lawyer something. They are nowhere and they're constituting nuisance. Why? Now, my brother, I'm not worried. My only worry is what they are doing. Do you actually know the consequences? Do they know the consequences?
They don't know.
So I want to thank you, my brother. Look, only worry I am is because of them. And another worry I am is because the people listening to us, listening to you, listening to USB, you don't come and begin to like what I saw go for one a few days ago. Somebody who cannot give somebody only $400, Abi, how much they said they gave him.
300, only 300.
He could not even deliver it to you. I think this will go have gone mad. All the Kara now you see, I think he's a madman now. I think they have gone mad with that or madness. I don't know what their problem is. USB is not their problem. They should go and look for their problem. There is nothing like ESN. Anybody calling himself ESN, calling Nnamdi Kanu, that person have been paid. That person has been paid. Soludo took over ESN from the hand of Chike Dozem. Chike Dozem said it, so Soludo said it. Which is ESN again are they talking about? They want to use it to give Nnamdi Kanu death sentence. What kind of a law is Makoshu? I thought he said it's a law. He should go and know what he's doing. If they are fighting with a Jumofo, they should fight their battle alone. They should leave for Hamadike out of it. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Olishima God. We have made it clear to everybody. The only government you have is USB declared. And all you have is Biafran military. We are not into anything ESN. The time has come. We have redeclared the country. A security cannot represent on the international global stage as equipment to get a vision to back up of a country. The criteria is the military and the police. That is the criteria.
Again, sorry, let me use this medium because a lot of people are listening to you to also call all the people in Republic of Ireland that is we have a mission here in Ireland. People should come on board. Forget about this IPOB, this and that, or Genkera, we might have. You people should come to the truth. Make a call, come to the truth. Nobody is chasing you away. Dr. Rabese asked us to call people in. We have to talk to people. No matter you have done bad, you have done wrong, that is time for you now. So the number to call is +353 899-66-66-79. Again, Republic of Ireland plus 353-899-66-66-79. Call and apply for your ID card. Call and apply for your ID card. I have told my meeting, I have given them, apply for your ID card. Whether you have documents in Ireland, whether you don't have, you have right to apply for your ID card. It's very, very important. And support United States of Biafran government. That is my message to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Biafrans, I want to conclude by saying ESN is not a criteria of international community for a movement that are seeking for recognition after declaration. After your declaration or redeclaration, what you have to do is what? You have to have police and military. These are two things you present to the international community. And that is why we have elite sport. After our declaration, that is only way to save Mazen and the Can Simon, but there is no other way. I approve it to you here. I have also give you a timeline of history of 5 countries in Africa that fell woefully because of what? When the oppressor is not foreign, is South Africa, is Congo, is Mozambique on their own citizens that want to exit out. They did what? They never allowed them. I said what? They did not allow them to proceed. I am telling you that if you are not supporting USB, the same that happened in these 5 states that are never allowed people to transition is what you are doing. If network will permit me, I want to use it to end the program, but network is holding that side, so we cannot play it again. Go back and listen. All these things that you are doing is you are sabotaging the movement. You are working for one Nigeria. Any of you who is not under USB after our peaceful declaration that has removed us from answering terrorist organization, that also removed Biafran security into a military that have removed them from terrorists or anything, proving that they are a military of a country waiting for recognition. I want you to be clear where we are. If you know time I'm taking to bring all this message out, since okay, I entered this YouTube around 11 or 12, I'm still here for you to on this maximum 4 hours. I want you to understand it clearly. I am not doing it because of money. The page is not monetized. I am only doing this for you to know the truth. And it's only this truth is what will set us free. It's only this truth of US declared. Please, Odogwenu, please have the mic as we are rounding up, please. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Good day, sir.
Good day, Biafran TV. Why do you want to go when I have not had anything? What is the topic today? Tell me something before I talk.
Hey, yeah, this is maximum 4 hours. I'll be here for maximum 4 hours, and I have a job, you know. The topic today is 5 countries that are no longer is today from Africa. Then Guinea imagine that these 5 countries are just in the map of the world on these 5 countries. One want to exit from Congo. Congo Then 2 is from Mozambique. They refuse them, they don't allow them to go. Then the number 4 and number 5 is from the same South Africa. 2 countries want to move out after Namibia, and the +1 in exile in France this time around. Then the 3rd one was the one under the regime of the Portugal colonial power that they all collapsed because of what? When this top power grabbed them, squeezed them, they refused to transition into exile to form official government in exile and issue the redeclaration of their lost country in the hands of Mozambique, the hands of Congo, the hands of South Africa, and in the hands of Spain. This is why they all collapsed. And today, nobody is talking about them anymore. That is why I am telling those who are doing IPOB, those who are talking BGC, those who are talking this and that and blah, 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 blah. I am asking them to see that what you are doing without declaration is for Biafra to collapse the way these 5 countries from Africa is being collapsed. They call them what? South Kassan from the Republic of what? Congo. You will have again, number 2, the Republic of Tite, Mozambique secessional movement. It fails and is no longer in the world map as of today. We have the sovereignty of Kahili Shanghai. This is our people that want to exit out from all in Africa. What of the Republic of Venda from South Africa? They could not. The Republic of Botswana in South Africa, the South Africa pressed them down from 1967 to 1994. They are not gone because of what? They refused to transition to exile. They refused to issue official declaration, and they will not be able to get a conclusion. So today, they are no longer a country. They went back to remain in South Africa. The one for Congo, back to into Congo country. The one for Mozambique, back to there because of what? No government in exile, no declaration. That is how the law, that was what I'm discussing today, to prove to you that if you are not supporting USB, and if US was not declared, the method of Nigeria was how South Africa oppressed these 2 countries. They're not a country today. It's also the reason you, if not declare, is you're in IPOB. Is the same method of this, why these 5 countries fell. Because IPOB has never issued any redeclaration or a declaration of a country. That is what we're discussing today, Mazi. Thank you so much. Ogonia, please go and come because of network. Okay, you are here now. Thank you. Mazi, please have the mic.
Thank you very much for brushing me up and waking up my brain. But before I talk, I want to greet my Oga, Orichua God, Ebana Balayawu. Good morning, sir, from my location. I can see him.
I greet you, watching it. I greet you. Kept waiting to busy, so I greet you. Well done.
Yes, yes. So, Biafra TV, you are confirming. I don't want to ask you as a question. You are confirming and assuring me that what I went to Finland to do under the supremacy of Her Excellency Dr. Ngozi Rebeze to declare Biafra and rule for recognition. I am on the right track. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, so that is how we can be. That is how we can show recognition, and Biafra will return back in the map of the world. And that's you are moving to Finland is why today that Biafra is in the map of the world back. And the plight of Bonnie has been removed, put as plight of Biafra again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And on that note, I want you to help me thank Dr. Ngozi Rebeze, because when she finished declaration of Biafra, she pronounced and let the world know, as this nation had been pronounced, we want to take the flag of Nigeria down and raise the flag of Biafra up. So that was the day the activities and the regime of Nigeria in Biafra land ended. So anybody cannot wake this dead and buried flag up again. Never. Because I, Odogwenugu, I have the mandate. And I was among the people that buried that flag. So what happened to other mentioned and unidentified countries you said now can never happen to Biafra as far as I'm still alive, because I'm holding it. And I trust Dr. Ngozi Rebeze, I trust Simon Ekpa, and I trust leader Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB is USB. IPOB is USB. And USB.
United States of Biafra. I didn't pronounce that 2 times.
Yes.
Only once.
And that USB is the IPOB that is living in the land of the rising sun.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't hear all the messages, but I get the clue now from here. Biafrans, you are all United States of Biafra. We have united ourselves together in one place. And before this declaration, we voted for the name. We voted. Many people, all of us voted. I was among the people that voted for the name. 5 names was chosen by Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, but this one was taken, United States of Biafra. So anybody in agitation, anybody in struggling, anybody in fighting, the fight is over. We have won the battle by getting United States of Biafra. We are united here. So there's no other way you can look for unity except in the already United States. Just in America, you cannot go to America and say, let us unite, when you have United States of America. You cannot go to United Arab Emirates and say, let us unite, when they have already United Arab Emirates. You cannot go to United Kingdom and say, let us get United Kingdom, when they are already a United Kingdom. No, I don't want to insult anybody. So anyone, the whole world, and anybody listening here should know that we are united in the United States of Biafra, which are the indigenous people, IPOB, indigenous people. Let everyone get this and know peace. If not, I think you should stop talking. That's what I think. You should stop talking, because if you want me to insult you, I'll say you don't know what you're talking. But don't want to say that. Stop talking, except you come to the United States of Biafra, where we have the document of declaration. Organization doesn't have the document to sign a treaty. Organization doesn't have any document for declaration. You must be a government before you declare yourself, which I have done. And any country must have a father or a mother. We have a father, we have a mother in the United States of Biafra. I don't know if you people are getting the point or not.
Yes, no. Oh, our people shy.
Thank you very much. I want to greet again. I can see some people, but I cannot see their names. Anybody in the studio that have this spirit of Biafra in him. The spirit of Biafra is the spirit of God. More nke Biafra is more nke Chineke, because oya natural aja bu oke mmụọ, and that oke mmụọ is Biafra. We are now united. Let us move together. Thank you, Biafra TV. May God bless you. Anybody natural God, or you natural God. Any go get megide any and again megide oyom na asi no ga adrige na man. Greetings, Biafrans, from my location.
Thank you. Yes, so let's give our sister Ogonaya, please have the mic as we're rounding up. You are the last speaker today, so please go on with the mic.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon from my end here.
Yes, so you're welcome.
I want to thank you so much. In fact, the topic you treated today is an eye opener to every other thing you've been treating, because this is where we mirror ourselves. As you were teaching, I was mirroring the struggle and everything that is happening. Exactly what you are saying. Now, one thing I want to ask is a kind of a question and is a kind of plea. Is there any way, like you normally have joint media, to invite either Kanu or Aloy Mako? Because these people, they are wallowing in darkness and they don't want to see the light. I don't know, maybe is what the desire they have in their mind that is pushing them where they are going, or they are intentionally doing it. Because I saw this shenanigan they did as a threat. I knew very well that they are the mastermind of this, that Onyendu is never in the picture of anything. They might have told him that every decision was taken by them. So I don't know if there is any opportunity to get him and let him come. A kind of question and answer, so that he will know what he is doing and we will know what he is also doing, and he will be able to correct himself. It is then that we will know whether he is intentionally doing what he's doing or because he did not know. Because you cannot tell me as a lawyer, did he know where we place him? That most of these things that you are dishing out to us, that we layman can pick and understand, they are not in that aspect at all. They do their own things the way they like. They don't even consider their client, how it will affect directly or indirectly to their client. They just do what they like and dish out what they like. Because this topic today, in fact, sir, this topic today has made my day. I'm telling you. It has, because it made me to understand so many things, and kind of flashback of everything that is going on and even presently going on. I found out that they are the one continually putting Onyendu into trouble. But I know that God will vindicate him, because it is God that has been on his side all the while, and God will continue to deliver him. So if there is any way this can happen, it's just a question. I didn't come to talk much because I know you're rounding up.
Trying to invite Aloy to my comment of he declined. So you know what he's doing. We have done that. You think that we are just silent? We are moving many places to get these people interviewed, to ask them questions. Because the only person I want to ask Aloy to how did Nelson Mandela come out from prison? How did Jomo Kenyatta come out from prison? How did the Nyerere of Tanzania come out from prison? Just only these three people, he will tell me how they come out. Let me tell you, the issue of a country declaration and leader, when it's come to the lawyers and all these people, is quite different thing they are doing what we are doing. That is why they cannot descend on that. What we are doing right now is different from going to a court, discharge person, this, that. On the self-determination law, in the way they read what they are doing, is quite different from the what Mars and the current is passing through. That is why, like you said, I wanted him to come so we can interview him. Me and the guy, we have tried to reach to him. Many occasions he declined. He refused to come. He refused to come. So there is no way we will leave them focused. That is why the only thing we have to focus on is USB this time around. The only freedom of mass in the time outright freedom is the recognition of Biafra as a country under US will declared. If not for this, every other person is making noise. When our DPM said, I am the one who's in the car, even Simon never free. Oba told me my one from Finland, and in Finland, when he started following this movement, Finland, we can arrest and arrest me again. But what end the arrest is a recognition of that this is a prime minister of a country official. This is a state. This is a new nation. This. That is what end this matter. Everything you are seeing that happen today, people are just making noise. People are just putting Martin and the can in trouble. They channel their strength. They have colluded with Nigeria. Look at they said when a government of a country arrested a leader, they want to use social media and people to control the movement. And you see how the government is controlling this movement by all these levels around this movement that we are into. The truth, it can only be found in the midst of few people. The truth can only be found for those that the message you choose. They are the ones to stand to tell you the truth. The message of Biafra to recognition is not depend on a level of any lawyer. No. Their method and what they read in school is quite different on where we are of a diplomatic recognition of a country. After a read here, I have checked it out. It's different thing altogether. That is why they're messing up.
Okay, let's channel our invitation to Kano Takano. If that one will honor the invitation, so that we can be able to know.
If you have his contact, I want to invite him. I said it to my own. I am ready to go to any platform. Let us ask questions. Let us discuss. Is this how? Where is it happen? Do you know the confusion our people have up to today? Our people keep on saying, "Oh, our case is different. It's so peculiar." On a peculiar, different. Look at these 5 countries fell in Africa. Declaration. Kemgbe 1967, Nani declared again in exile. Through the 1990, about almost 60 countries in Africa are given recognition officially from the UN because of what? They travel in exile and they issue declaration, have a government. We've done that. Why are things so peculiar? You think that all these did not kill. You see this Bienda in South Africa. Over 7,000 was arrested one day. So do you know when a government arrested 7,000 in one particular area one day? How many people remain? And the government fell asleep. Do you think that any of them got it? They paid the price. And that is the price we are paying right now. It's not peculiar on it. Nothing different on it. It's because of we are on a wrong mission. Since all this while until November 29, that is when we get it right. The coming of Simon put us on a wrong track, on a right track again. That is where I end it up today. There's no way out. Only one way: USB. That is it. So, Biafrans, I am going to leave it here. This is almost 4 hours, 30 minutes. I thank you all. I urge you next time you watch the program, please endeavor to share and like the program. If you can do so, please do that. Like and share. Thank you so much, Dogwenugu. Thank you so much, Shabanaya. Thank you so much, Olushima God. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.